The weather has been beautiful, the community is out having a blast, and the fitness is abundant. We are through one day of competition for the elite individuals at the 2023 Tier Wodapalooza. We have 1 day left. 3 events on Thursday, 3 more events here today on Friday. And to get us caught up on what happened on day number 1, here's Tommy Marquez from Talking Elite Fitness.
A lot of exciting action in day 1 as we're now officially past the halfway mark for the individuals. And on the women's side, Emma Carey started the day out strong. Remember, Emma had to take last season off due to a back injury. She's back and healthy now, and she came out swinging in the first 2 events, winning both of them, taking home 200 points. In event 1, she narrowly beats out Elisa Fuliano. In event 2, she beats Emily Rolfe to the line, and you had to pay attention to that race because they would revisit that in the next one and start fast, finish strong. Rolfe comes back, gets the better of Carey. Looked like Emma might be running away with it, but in the final event of the day, Emily Rolfe actually beats Carey yet again to move into first place overall, heading into day number 2. Carey, Rolfe, the 2 front runners after 4 competition events today. And over on the men's side, we have a trio of podium finishers atop the leaderboard after day number 1, led by Ricky Garrard. And in event 1, rings and squats, it looked like Pat Vellner was actually going to run away with an event win to start the weekend. But a failed rep on the final set of overhead squats opened the door for Garrard, who finished his overhead squats, didn't have to set the bar down, and gets 100 points to start the weekend. And then in event 2, Back to the Future over on the Bayside stage, it was Krennikov, Garrard reinvigorating their battle that we saw at the CrossFit Games this season. Krennikov just barely gets the edge on Garrard on the final back half of that essentially 2-part event. Krennikov gets his first 100-point performance of the weekend to move himself back into podium contention. And then to close the day out over on the Flagler stage, we had a 2-part event and 2 guys who aren't afraid to swing for the fences, Brent Fikowski and Pat Vellner, in 2 separate heats, put up the top 2 times overall. Brent was first to go, set a top time. Vellner had the advantage of chasing down that time. We talked to him after. He said he was going to leave no doubt. Very technical movement there, and Vellner manages to walk away with a 100-point performance. And then in Start Fast, Finish Strong Part B, it was all the Roman Krennikov show. He got out to an early lead, and by the time he got to that D-ball carry, he was alone in first. Nobody was going to catch him, and what he gets as a result, a second 100-point performance, moving him up into the top 3 to close day number 1. Your top 3 overall for the men, Garrard, Vellner, Krennikov, should be an exciting battle to close things out on day number 2. And of course, I'll be back here in the tier booth to wrap up all things day number 2, including the end of the individual competition. And of course, I'll be running around all day today, covering everything Wodapalooza, including interviews and highlighting the best of the best from all the brands here at Bayfront Park.
Thank you, Tommy. Sean Woodland here with Bill Grundler. We have Nikki Brazier as part of our broadcast team as well. We'll hear from her in just a second. But let's start on the women's side. We heard Tommy talking about the start that Emma Carey had, but then it was Emily Rolfe in the back half, and now Emily Rolfe sits atop the overall standings for the women, with Emma Carey in second place with 299 points. Paige Powers is in third, followed by Elisa Fuliano, who has 2 second-place finishes, a 15th and a 30th. She's been all over the place, but good enough to be inside the top 5. And then Sydney Mikulishin. Now, Sarah Sigmundsdottir sits in 8th, 273 points, but still very much alive for a spot on the podium.
Absolutely alive. Only 19 points out of that top 3 position, and we have 4 events today, and 3 of those I think are going to be really big for us. So Sarah is still in the mix to get on the podium. It's going to be a good day for her.
Over on the men's side, we thought the top 3 coming in would be Vellner, Krennikov, and Garrard, and they are the top 3 right now. Ricky Garrard with a 10-point lead on Vellner coming into the day. Roman Krennikov is just 26 points out of first.
It's crazy that you have all those top 3 athletes. All of them have had top 6 finishes, but if you take that, take off that little 14th position from Roman in that first event, these guys have been basically identical all the way through. They all have first place wins, and I mean, talk about consistency. These guys are going to be running to the top all the way to the end of the day.
Let's send it to Nikki Brazier, who is out in Tina Hills.
I was able to catch up with Justin Kotler this morning, who is Ricky Garrard's coach. He also has about 35 other athletes here with Underdog Athletics across all the divisions here at Tier Wodapalooza. And I wanted to catch up with him about how his athletes are feeling after day 1. He told me that even though this is only a 2-day competition for the individual athletes, the volume so far has everyone pretty banged up. However, all his athletes are ready to go and looking forward to the rest of the competition here, especially Ricky, who will follow up the individual events with the team competition on the back half of the 2 days here at Wodapalooza.
Thank you, Nikki. We have 3 events left today. We'll have 3 different venues. We kick things off at Tina Hills. We'll move over to Bayside for event 5, and then we'll close things out at Flagler later on this evening.
I can't be stopped. I'm holding my crown. I never back down. I never back
Turner is going to take heat number 1. His first event win here, Roman Krenikov.
The power in CrossFit isn't just some strange alchemy. In truth, it's a formula that works. It's the formula for everything we do, from forging elite fitness to preventing and reversing chronic disease. It's the inputs that give us the outcomes, the results that have revolutionized an industry and changed millions of lives across the world for the better.
Here at Proven, we strive to be the best in every facet. So when we created our gym, we knew we had to have the best for our flooring. We needed flooring that could withstand the hardest training sessions. We needed the flooring to be durable and reliable. Time and time again, Surface Co finds themselves being used at the highest levels of competition. So Proven had no doubt that Surface Co was the floor for us.
Final day of competition for the elite individuals here at the 2023 Wodapalooza, and we're rolling out the heavy barbells. Glad you're with us today, everyone. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler. We have Nikki Brazier, who's out there at Tina Hills, as we get set for 2 back-to-back challenges. We're going to go heavy, and then we follow that up with some skill.
And I love the fact that we are going in absolute heavy. A 1-rep max clean and jerk, and the way they have it set up will be pretty exciting. And then we finish up with that 1 attempt of a max hold on the parallel freestanding handstands.
It's We Have Liftoff. It is presented by the U.S. Army. The keys for this event, presented by Trifecta.
You know, and as any weightlifting event, you need to know what your weights are. You have to go big, and you got to get some numbers on there, so you don't want to go out of the park until you get something healthy, but then after that, it's all about being that circus freak. If you have a good handstand, it's time to use it.
Let's bring in Nikki Brazier, who's out there at Tina Hills.
Now, this is the first time that the athletes are out here at the Tina Hills stage, and as you can see, the crowd is absolutely packed. This is probably the most intimate stage that we have here at the entire Wodapalooza, and with the fans just a couple feet away from the athletes, and the energy, as electric as it is, we'll see if it's enough to give these athletes a little extra push on these 2 max efforts.
90 seconds, athletes. 90 seconds.
Thank you, Nikki. It has been a packed house starting yesterday. Standing room only on both of the venues that we had yesterday, Bayside and Flagler. As you look at the lane assignments for the first of 5 heats for event number 4.
You know, you couldn't even see the grass on Tina Hills. You couldn't see any of Tina Hills. But I think Nikki was right. It is one of the most intimate settings and something kind of unlike the normal competition floor. So I think it'll actually be really fun to watch these athletes go big and have plenty of time to cheer everybody on the way that it's going to be set up. So I'm really excited to see something big, see some big weights, and then see when was the last time you got up on a pair of parallettes and
that would be never,
a freestanding handstand hold?
That would be never. There's Elena Karatala-Sanahuya, who's looking to score some points here and move herself up the overall standings. There is a cut looming after the next event. The top 20 will move on to the 6th and final event. So all of these women are trying to get inside of that cut line right now. Three attempts to establish a 1 rep max here, clean and jerk. You have a 20-second window in which to lift it. Once the barbell is off the ground, if you fail, you cannot make another attempt.
You know, and it really isn't a whole lot of time. At 20 seconds, the pressure's really on, at least to get a good lift on the board. You have a couple more attempts after this, but you really want to make the first one count, kind of build that confidence.
Well, now Connie Cabrera was able to make 2 attempts, so things tend to change, so they are able to make a second attempt. Connie Cabrera in lane 7 missed her opening attempt. She made another attempt at 215. She missed that. So that was the heaviest barbell that we saw out there being attempted. Elena Karatala-Sanahuya is going to move up to 200 pounds on her second attempt. They have a 90-second break between lifts.
You know, and Alana has a 231 listed 1 rep max, so she's going to be one of the stronger females in the event here. And, you know, again, you have to get a good lift first. I think that was I don't want to say conservative, but you want to go at about an 80%. Once you hit that, then you want to get up towards your 95% if you're successful there, and then go up. Now, in Connie's case, you know, she had that miss and actually tried it twice. It's going to be interesting to see if she has the confidence going into this second lift, because it's, I mean, you have a lot of time to think about it,
So Elena Karatala-Sanahuya successfully lifted to 200 pounds, and now she moves up to 216 for her second attempt. And we were initially told that they cannot make more than 1 attempt. That has obviously changed. They can make as many attempts as possible in that 20-second window. Now, we were also told the lift has to be completed by the 20 seconds.
You know, and that's something that a lot of these athletes aren't used to. A lot of them are used to just taking, wow, look at that, and failing on the clean.
And Karatala-Sanahuya will make 216.
Wow. Cabrera there. I mean, now, she made the lift, and that's a big lift, especially for what's out there on the floor compared to the other women. But you saw how much struggle there was. She missed that clean, bobbled it, and then even on the jerk, she just didn't look very confident. So hopefully that's going to at least build her confidence going into this final lift and see what she can pull out of her pocket here.
Elena Karatala-Sanahuya has the lead at 216. Connie Cabrera 1 pound back of her at 215 as we get set for the third and final attempt. Those are the 2 heaviest lifts that we have seen so far.
There's a lot of thinking that goes on in these minute and 30 seconds. On one hand, it doesn't feel like it's a very long time because you're already getting right back to those big lifts. But on the other hand, the anticipation of having to hit that next lift. And sometimes you got to go big, and that's exactly what Connie's going for here. Connie Cabrera going for 225 pound. Now we had a little bit of a. You're allowed for a minute to make whatever adjustments you want to make. You have that final 30 seconds that they have to lock it in, but that was a sneaky one, jumping up to 220.
225 on the bar for Connie Cabrera. That is the heaviest weight out there right now. And Elena Karatala-Sanahuya goes to 220. Third and final attempt here for all these athletes.
Much better lift by Cabrera.
And Cabrera will hit 225. Sana, who makes 220.
Cabrera, man, that was her most confident lift out of all three that she hit. I'm good. I would say so. That was a great lift.
We are through the first part of this event. 60 points is available to the winner of this event. 40 points are available to the winner of the next part. So 100 points total up for grabs here in this back-to-back event to kick things off here on day 2 of 2023 Cheer Wodapalooza. Let's send it back down to Nikki Brazier out there at Tina Hills.
And guys, let me tell you a little bit about the parallettes that these athletes are going to be doing their max effort on. So they are nice and sturdy. They're made of metal. They're not going anywhere. Very unlike the plastic parallettes many of us are used to in our gyms. And as far as thickness goes, a little bit thicker than your average pull-up bar. So these athletes are going to feel nice and sturdy, nice and comfortable once they get over here.
Let's take a look back at Connie Cabrera, a Rain Total Body Fuel replay. This is her first attempt at 215.
Man, I tell you, she just looked so uncomfortable. Maybe it's the first lift jitters or whatever, but just couldn't get it set up. Didn't feel comfortable with that. Was able to make the next lift, but this final lift at 225, look at that, great clean. Had a nice strong squat coming out of the bottom, getting that bar racked nice and tight up to her shoulders, and the jerk just looked way more comfortable. You saw how she got her arms locked out. Felt really good after that last lift.
And now the 1 rep max handstand hold on the parallettes.
You know, it's a really interesting setup. They give you a 10-second, what do you call that? A mulligan window?
10-second get yourself situated window to get up and in the supported position.
So if you come down, let's say you get up there, you kick up, you fall down at 7 seconds, okay, it doesn't count against you. But if you get over that 10-second mark, then at that time, your time has begun. So you can see a lot of these women out here trying to stabilize. I see in lane 3, that's Elena using that nice stag position. You can see her there in the brown pants.
You saw Julia Cato and Miriam Couvret in lanes 1 and 2 kind of struggling to get themselves up and supported.
Connie Cabrera keeping her legs down. That shortens up that lever that she has to balance of her body. You can see her moving around trying to hold that.
Cabrera is down, and it looks like Connie Cabrera may have won that. He will have to wait for the time, because obviously the time starts once you're up in the supported position for your official score. But it looked like Cabrera did have the longest hold, but that is unofficial right now.
You know, and that for her, that's a great finish in that heat for sure. If you do the best in the lift and you do the best in the handstand, that's definitely going to, you know, do some wonders for you. We just have to see if that's going to hold against the rest of the field.
About 28 seconds unofficially for Cabrera on that hold. We will get set now for heat 2 of 5. And you can see the crowd that is on hand here. We're not even in the weekend yet.
Isn't that crazy? Like we haven't even got crowded yet. We haven't got crowded yet. I don't know where they're going to put everybody else. On top of Tina Hills, maybe.
If you watch our coverage yesterday, Bayside was packed, Flagler was packed. Now Tina Hills, the first time we're having the elite individuals here this weekend. After this, we'll go back to Bayside for the next event that we close out in Flagler this evening. And remember, there is a cut coming down to 20 athletes for the elite men and women after event number 5. So these next 2 events are extremely important, especially for those athletes who are in 21st place and below. They have got to score some points in order to stay alive for the final event. And there are 200 points up for grabs in that final event. Take a quick break. Heat 2 for the women coming up next.
In lane number 1, we have Cece Cronin. In 2, Freya Boosberger. In 3, Anna Carlson. In lane 4, Lucia Reddy. In lane 5, Chloe Corrado. 6, Becca Merritt. Closing out this heat, Madeline Helms in lane 7. Ladies, please say hello and welcome to your judges, and go ahead and load up that barbell. The load to be 225 from Constanza Cabrera from heat 1.
2 minutes, athletes, 2 minutes.
We did it for heat 1, we're gonna do it again for heat 2. Tina Hills, these athletes only have 20 seconds to make the lift. That means you've got 20 seconds to be as loud and proud as you can be. Already seeing some bigger weights than our previous year. Like 235 for some of our
Action continues here at Tina Hills at Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida on day number 2 of the 2023 Tier Wodapalooza. Event number 4 presented by the U.S. Army is We Have Liftoff. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler. We have Nikki Brazier out there on the competition floor at Tina Hills. This is a back-to-back event. Heavy barbells in part 1 and then gymnastic skills in part 2.
And I love the way they put that together, a weightlifting and a gymnastic, but they didn't make it just a pure strength or just a pure gymnastic. They kind of melded it together. So 60 points total out of your 100 for your clean and jerk, and then 40 points total with your parallettes out of that 100 points.
Ingredients for success presented by Trifecta are?
Well, the lift is you have to know thyself. You have to know what your weights are so that you can hit big and go to the fences, swing to the fences if you can. But then the circus freaks. If you have a handstand hold, you got it's time to use that. Pull it out.
Second of 5 heats for the women, and as we mentioned earlier, all of these athletes are on the wrong side of the cut line right now. Freya Moosbrugger in lane number 2 comes in 24th place overall, but she is only 10 points back of Lexi Neely for 20th.
Now, if we're looking at our stronger athletes against the field, Freya is definitely one of those women with a listed 235-pound clean and jerk. So we want to see her go big, and she is going to go big, starting off with a 205, at least opening lift.
Cece Cronin in lane 1, left side of your screen, has 235 on the bar. That'd be the best lift that we have seen so far if she hits it, and she will. So Cece Cronin immediately takes the lead on lift number 1.
So with Freya, obviously that would have been her listed 1 rep max, the 235 that CC just hit. So Freya definitely needs to start making some jumps. But I'll tell you what, the confidence that CC had on that lift, that didn't even look difficult for her. So I expect to see some big numbers from her for sure.
She looks like she's going to jump up to 245. One more look. Rain total body fuel replay.
Look at that nice tight core on that lift. Could have come down a little bit lower, but she was able to push it out. So what that tells me, she's got a lot left in the tank before she really had to rely on the drop.
Now going to 247. Well, Cece Cronin comes in 23rd place. She's only 9 points back of Lexi Neely, who sits in that 20th and final spot on the cut line, on the right side of the cut line. Again, the cut is made after the next event. Event number 5, which will be at Bayside later this afternoon. There is Freya Moosbrugger.
10 seconds.
Cronin, 247 on the bar. Heaviest lift on the floor right now.
Wow, an easy clean for Cece Cronin on the left. That bar racked up nice and tight up on her shoulders.
Moosbrugger is good on her lift, and Cronin does have it. 247, and we still have 1 lift to go.
Again, a lot left in the tank, because what we saw on that one is she actually used the drop in her jerk and got under it, but came down so fast with the bar up so high that she got that bobble. Now, Freya Moosbrugger really needed this as well to kind of keep herself in the mix. That was a great clean. Beautiful setup right there for her.
That was 220 for Freya Moosbrugger. And now here's Cece Cronin at 247.
Look at that, no problem. And so a much more aggressive dip drive as she starts her jerk. See this here? And she goes down so low that her arms didn't have the tension from the weight. So she saw that little buckle in her elbows.
your rain total body fuel replay, and we are now jumping up to 256 pounds for Cece Cronin.
30 seconds.
Freya Moosbrugger is going to jump up to 235, which would be good enough for second place in the event right now. Second of 5 heats for the women here.
10 seconds out, please.
You know, with Cece, she's so strong on these lifts, which is incredible. Can't wait to see what she has with the handstand to get that combined score total.
1 left.
Here we go. 256 on the bar for Cece Cronin.
256 for Cronin. She makes the clean. Moosbrugger's good at 235. Now the jerk. And they will both make it.
For Cece
Wow. Wow, so Freya Moosbrugger on the right, that's a tie of her 1 rep max at 235 pounds. Great lift. And Cece Cronin, holy cow. It's amazing to me when you have a good lifter that comes out, and the heavier the weight gets, the better it looks. So that, again, that was her best looking lift. Man, she was connected to that bar. So let's go ahead and take a look back at Freya and the way she was lifting in this lift. Little bobble when she came up. You saw that, got forward just a little bit. Her elbows dropped just a touch. Strong connection right there, and look at that. Her arms just locked out. Beautiful jerk. Man, she's happy with that too. She deserves to be. Nice, clean. She is so dang strong. And then again on the jerk, look how powerful and fast she goes. Boom. A little bit of a bobble. Man, beautiful lift.
256, your top scorer. Let's go back down to Nikki Brazier.
So remember, after the break, the athletes are going to have one attempt to get as long of a handstand hold as they possibly can, but they do have a 10-second window in which they can kick up and establish that hold. We already saw a few of the athletes taking advantage of that. If they kicked up and it didn't work, they came back down and kicked up yet again, but only that 10-second window, and from there, it's a maxed hold.
We will see if Cece Cronin can come up with another solid performance after taking the lead with 3 heats remaining in the lifting portion of this event. 256 pounds
30 seconds.
is our top score by 21. Freya Moosbrugger has your second best lift at 235. Connie Cabrera unofficially had the longest handstand hold out of heat 1, right around 28 seconds.
10 seconds. Three, 2, 1, go.
They have 10 seconds to kick up and kick down if they need to.
Looking down there in lane 2, Freya Moosbrugger with that stag stance. You can see a leg in front and a leg in back.
And Cronin struggled a little bit on her first attempt, and now Moosbrugger is going to be done. And Cece Cronin.
Cronin was using that 10-second mulligan window
Madeline
there.
Helms is down.
Three athletes left to go. Cece Cronin.
Looks like Lucia Veretti is down. Cronin is down.
To go. We are 27, just now 30 seconds in. Here we go, Tina Hills. We are
Crazy. Look at the stability that's happening. You just see the arms just start to come down. Now she can keep on going.
That's Chloe Carano, who's still up in lane 5. Becca Merritt was the woman who just kicked down. Now Chloe Carano is going to be our new leader.
Now what we heard was you have a 2-minute window, 2-minute maximum window, but if you are up there, they'll allow you to keep going. Now they didn't say until when, but she looked pretty dang stable right there.
She's almost at a minute. She is now at a minute.
Can she keep going? I think she can, Tina Hills.
Oh man.
109.
That was Chloe Carano in lane 5, who went more than a minute. 1:08 unofficially.
And you can see that stag position with their legs, and it just kind of changes the positioning, allows you to kind of balance like a tightrope walker with the long pole. Man, look at the position. You see just her shoulders just started to fail a little bit, and you saw her legs kind of making their way down. And again, this is right after, this is all shoulder stability, right after going for a maximum weight clean and jerk. So you have that weight in the front rack. You have to get it up overhead and support it. That CNS is definitely taxed. And then you go into a 1 rep max hold, and man, I'll tell you what, she's definitely setting the stage for the rest of the field with that handstand hold.
Chloe Carano, your new leader in the handstand hold at 1 minute, 8 seconds unofficially. Cece Cronin is officially our leader in the lifting portion, 256 pounds, 3 heats left here at Tina Hills in event number 4.
So then I went down to 5 pounds. And even then, I was struggling with that weight to keep my arms straight and to keep them arching back. So then I went down to the baby weight, and I could do it. Not perfect. It's so much more important to do it right than to have that.
Here they come, these 3 ladies coming out to the competition floor on Tina Hills. Lane 1, Alexia Williams. 2, Lexi Neely. Lane 3, Caitlin Van Ziel. In 4, Ella Hunter. Lane 5, Amy Kringle. Lane 6, Olivia Kerstetter. Lane 7, Victoria Campos. Quick little reminder, look to meet 250.
Can anyone beat 256 pounds on the clean and jerk and a 1 minute, 8 second handstand hold? We're through 2 of 5 heats here. At event 4, we have liftoff presented by the U.S. Army. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler. Nikki Brazier is out there at Tina Hills on the competition floor. Back-to-back challenges here. 1 rep max clean and jerk, followed by gymnastic skills.
And it's a combined score, as we were talking about earlier. 100 points total, 60 points for your clean and jerk, 40 points for your freestanding parallel handstand hold.
Ingredients for success presented by Trifecta.
You want to make sure you have a good, powerful lift and make a lift. So first one, know thyself, get something on the board, and then you start swinging for the fences. And if you have your handstand hold, it's time to use it. And one of the things that we didn't really talk about is make those parallettes comfortable for you as much as possible. So we saw the judges were allowing the athletes to move them around, and I think that'll help with them.
The third of 5 heats here. 7 women will be on the floor. Olivia Kerstetter will be in lane number 6. Now, right now, Kerstetter is safe as far as the cut is concerned, but just barely. She sits in 19th place overall. She's 20 points up on Lexi Neely. Cut down to 20 athletes after event number 5. But the women we're watching now really need to do some work in order to make sure that they are in position to keep themselves alive in event number 5.
And so Olivia has a listed 1 rep max on a clean and jerk at 245 pounds. And I've talked to Jacob Hepner about her in the past, and he's like, you know, she may be young, but if you put a barbell in her hand, she will lift with the best of them. So I'm really expecting something good for Olivia in this heat.
216 in lane 7, Victoria Campos, the heaviest barbell on the floor. She's on the far right side of the screen. Kerstetter's going to make her lift, no problem, at 205. And Campos has that. And then down in lane number 1, Alexia Williams hits 215. Amy Kringle and Ella Unger also made 215. This is Alexia Williams.
And Alexia Williams, I think that was a conservative lift for all the women that were out on the floor. Same thing with Victoria Campos right there with her 216. And again, they all want to make a good lift, feel comfortable, and it's not about that lift counting for the scoreboard. It's about one, feeling the confidence so you go into the next 2 lifts comfortable and ready to go. You know, sometimes when you're doing your warm-up, it takes about 10 minutes before you get out there and actually grab a barbell again. So get that first lift, get you back on the floor, feeling good, feeling confident, and then you can start getting big in your second and third lift.
Alexia Williams jumping up to 235 pounds. Not sure what Campos has on her barbell. They have not changed her placard.
30 seconds, athletes, 30 seconds.
How much weight is on that bar?
So we're being told it's 231 pounds on Campos's barbell. They have not, again, changed the placard there. So it's a 231-pound lift on the right. Heaviest lift on the floor right now on the left side, Alexia Williams at 235. This would tie Freya Moosbrugger for second. She will make it, and Campos is good at 231.
Yeah, Alexia Williams looks spectacular on that lift. Just so confident. So as far as we can tell, again, that's probably only at about that 85% or so, maybe 90%, because she just looks so confident. Look at that nice, big, strong lift. Lots of good extension out of that pull. Comfortable at the front rack. See her tighten up that core, and again, a very easy step back into that jerk position. 231 is what we have, what we've been told for Victoria Campos there. And again, nice, clean, and a confident jerk up overhead. That's a great lift for her.
Meanwhile, Olivia Kerstetter and Ella Wunger both made 226 pounds. Now one final lift remains. 241 on the barbell for Olivia Kerstetter. Victoria Campos also going up to 241. So no one so far looking like they're going to try and match Cece Cronin's lift at 256. Although if Kerstetter and Campos make 241, they would be tied for second, 6 pounds ahead of Freya Moosbrugger.
3, 2, 1, lift.
And Alexia Williams is going for 240. Kerstetter has the clean and will hit the jerk.
Nice.
Here's Campos to tie. And she will make that. Olivia Kerstetter and Victoria Campos now tied for second place behind Cece Cronin, who is still our leader at 256. Alexia Williams was not able to make 240, we were being told, so she will settle for a score of 235. That's good enough for a tie for third with Freya Moosbrugger, and now a rain total body fill replay of Olivia Kerstetter's lift.
Look at that nice lift. Her left elbow dropped down just a touch, but she's able to fight to keep it up there on the front rack, and a beautiful jerk. And one of the things that I really liked that she did is she started to build that confidence and then was able to go successful after that. Victoria Campos, again, look at enough power coming out of that clean position to just bounce it off her shoulder, reposition those hands. Man, that jerk looked a bit easier than the last couple.
And as we reset for the max handstand hold, let's go back down to Nikki Brazier.
Just give you guys a little bit of insight into what the judges are looking for down here on the parallettes. Now, the athletes can shuffle their hands up and down the parallette if they need to, but their head cannot come down and break the plane of the parallette. So if they're trying to catch their balance by bending their elbows, they can't allow their head to come back down through them. They are also looking for a vertical torso, and again, these athletes have one chance to prove how long they can hold this parallette handstand.
Thank you, Nikki. Let's take another look at Alexia Williams' last lift at 240 with our rain total body field replay.
She looked so confident on her two previous lifts. Again, nice out of the clean there. Just couldn't drive her head underneath that bar. Now, I saw her shake her head there just a little bit. I don't know if that was a little fly in the face, which definitely calls to ruin your concentration, but good attempt nonetheless.
Now the 1-rep max parallel handstand hold. Unofficially the leader, Chloe Carano, at 1 minute 8 seconds. Remember, they have 10 seconds in which to get themselves situated on those parallettes.
Lexi Neely right there in the white Born primitive shirt and the stag, nice stag with her legs, the long black pants. You can see her holding that up nice. She hasn't bobbled really at all compared to the rest of the field.
Well, Caitlin Van Zyl is not going to be able to get an attempt in, and that's going to be big for her because right now she's in 18th place overall. 24 points clear on the cut line, so she'll be in danger heading into event 5. That was Victoria Campos kicking down. Amy Kringle, and down in lane 1, that's Alexia Williams. Your 2 women left on their holds. Kringle's starting to bobble a little bit. And Kringle's down along with Alexia Williams. So we'll have to wait and see what their times were, but it does not look like anyone was able to get past that 1 minute 8 second mark, but we will have to wait and see for the official word on that.
Still great attempts for both Amy Kringle and Alexia Williams. Now, with Amy, she went from being held all the way up, going down into that stag, and she was crumbling, and just, man, Alexia Williams up at the top of your screen there, being able to keep her feet off the ground. Just a touch longer than Amy.
So unofficially, Kringle almost at 53 seconds, about 52.93. We're getting these scores told to us from the floor. And then Alexia Williams at 51.35. So our top 2 scores still stand. 256 on the lift, 108 on the handstand hold. 2 more heats remain here at Tina Hills. Kick things off at Tina Hills on day 2 of competition here for the elite individuals, the final day that they will have here, the 2023 Tier Wodapalooza. Event 4 of 6, we have liftoff presented by the U.S. Army. Thanks for being with us, everybody, on this gorgeous Friday afternoon in South Florida. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler, and Nikki Brazier is the 3rd member of our broadcast team out there on the competition floor. Back-to-back challenges here, heavy lift, and then some gymnastic skills.
Yeah, we're looking for a 1-rep max clean and jerk. You have 3 attempts to do that, and then a 1 attempt for a parallel freestanding handstand hold with a combined total score of 100 points between both of them. Now, as always, with a lifting event, you want to make sure you get something good on the board, so make sure you're ready to go. You got to know yourself, know your numbers. And then as far as your parallel handstands, You just have to pull out whatever Cirque du Soleil tricks you might know and become that circus freak and get some good points.
7 women here in this 4th of 5 heats. We'll see if anybody can beat Cece Cronin's top score of 256 pounds. Sydney Wells will be in lane number 5. She's had a great competition so far, comes in 10th place overall and coming off 3 straight finishes inside the top 10.
You know, with Sydney being the sister of Brooke Wells, we know that these ladies have strength. One of the things that Sydney has always been lacking compared to Brooke was the heavy-duty 1-rep max strength. So looking to see if she's had some improvement over, at least since last season. This is a good chance to showcase that.
First of 3 lifts, there's Paige Semenza with 225 on the barbell. Heaviest lift on the floor right now.
10 seconds.
Andrea Nisler in lane number 3. That's the second heaviest lift at 216. Nisler is good. Semenza hits 225. She is your leader here in heat number 4. Now Elizabeth Wishart missed her first attempt at the jerk. She will make the second, so all women successful on their opening lifts.
And you know, you usually don't get that second jerk attempt like that. That was amazing. She was able to pull that off and look really comfortable. Paige Semenza, heaviest lift to start off with. Nice pull from the floor. Yeah, nice speed with her feet to get down into that jerk position. You know, we were wondering what Sydney was going to look like. Nice clean off the ground. Now, one thing I did see wasn't real fast with her arms into that lockdown position. You can see she didn't drive her head all the way through or get down low enough, but I think that's a great start, so she knows she can hop up after that.
1 attempt down, 2 remaining. Best lift we've seen so far in this 4th of 5 heats. Paige Semenza at 225. Cece Cronin again has your top lift. She did that in heat 2, 256. And Paige Semenza getting closer to that at 236 pounds. This would put her in 3rd place by herself so far. Sydney Wells jumping up to 225.
So with Sydney, she just has to make sure she has a lot of speed getting under that bar in that jerk position and being very aggressive to get her head underneath.
3, 2, 1, lift.
Andrea Nisler also at 225. Her 3 heaviest lifts on the screen right now. Nisler is good. Wells is good. Semenza is good at 236, and now she is in 3rd place all by herself.
Saw that nice lift by Andrea Nisler. She looked good, but on, you know, your leader on the floor is going to be Paige Semenza, and again, very confident in her lifting ability. So much strength as she's coming up off the ground. Now, granted, it's not the heaviest overall, but on the floor it is. So 236 pounds off the floor. Nice pull for that clean, able to get out of that bottom position nice and easy. Easy jerk up overhead, and if you look just to the right, we saw Sydney Wells, 225 pounds, and it was a great lift, even looked better than her first one. But Nisler, now we see her come out of the clean, opened up her hands, so she's going to go and readjust her hands under that grip so she can get that better grip position, and a very easy jerk up overhead, getting those arms locked out.
As your Rain Total Body Fuel replay, as the women get set for their 3rd and final lift. Nisler's going up to 237.
30 seconds.
Looking to see what Semenza has on the barbell as she hit 236 on her last lift. 247 for Semenza. Again, this would put her in 2nd place all by herself, as the 2nd best lift behind Cronin right now is 241. Both Olivia Kerstetter and Victoria Campos hit that.
3, 2, 1, lift.
Semenza misses the clean.
Ooh.
Nisler has it, Wells has it, Semenza now her second attempt for second place all by herself, and she will make it.
Wow. Wow.
So 2:47 for Paige Semenza, puts her in second place behind Cece Cronin. And now Andrea Nisler is all by her lonesome in third at 2:37.
Man, Nisler just attacked this bar, came up, look at that. Didn't have to readjust so much at all, at least as far as on her second lift, but a beautiful jerk and a nice fight up to get that last lift. Now, both of these ladies here on the floor, Sydney on the right-hand side comes up, and we saw Paige just crumble on that on the clean, not able to get her elbows up. Sydney with a nice drive underneath. And now I was shocked at the way Paige Semenza was able to get that second lift in. 20 seconds is not a lot of time, so she reset, was able to make the lift, and got that literally right at the buzzer. That was a beautiful attempt by Paige.
2:47 for Paige Semenza. She's in second place in that part of the event. Let's go down to Nikki Brazier.
Something to keep in mind as the athletes are figuring out their strategy between the lift and the max handstand hold is the point structure. Now the lift is worth 60 points and the max handstand hold is worth 40 points. And if you see any of these ladies try to kick up within that 10-second period and immediately come back down, if they don't have a hold, they will get 0 points on the leaderboard.
Thank you, Nikki. There's Andrea Nisler, who right now has the third best lift that we have seen at 237 pounds. Now, Paige Semenza may have just PR'd with that lift. The listed PR is 245.
Yeah.
And she made 247. The top score we have seen in this portion of the event, 1 minute, 8 seconds, unofficially, from Chloe Carano.
10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
Keep an eye on lane 6. Rebecca Fuselier should have no problem with this. In lane 1, Boyana Moya Oliver is having trouble getting herself situated. Paige Semenza's down and Nisler's down.
Wow, so those are two of our biggest lifters that are down right away.
Boyana Moya Oliver was not able to get herself supported. Now, Fuselier and Sydney Wells, along with Brittany Weiss down there at the far end of the floor.
And look at how steady these ladies are.
And that time in the upper left-hand corner is unofficial right now. Remember, the time starts when they get in the supported position. But 1:08 unofficially from Chloe Carano, the top time. And Rebecca Fuselier is looking like a statue right now. Weiss is down, and Sydney Wells is trying to fight it. She's down. So Fuselier is just going to hang out for a while.
And this is exactly what she needed. And this is one of the things about this particular event. If you are not one of the stronger athletes, then you need to use this to buffer against that. So, you know, there's damage control, but in reality, this is the second part of this event. So if she can win this segment, that's going to be huge for her.
And right now, she should be the leader because she kicked right up at the start of our clock. So 1:15 and counting as Rebecca Fuselier looks to win this portion of the event and added 40 points to her total.
Wow, that was great.
Fuselier is down 127 unofficially for her, and that will be the top score.
I don't know about y'all, but I want to see one more heat of ladies throw.
You know, and this is what we're talking about. If you have the strength, you need to use it to buffer against any gymnastic issues. You can see Nisler here just really struggling, not able to keep her arms locked out or stay stable on those. And maybe, you know, I think her parallettes for her are a little wider than they should be. She could have moved those in a little bit, but just could not get herself situated. Sydney Wells coming down, you can see that stack position and just starting to break the midline. But Rebecca Fuselier, man, she looks amazing there. So steady.
127.9 unofficially for Rebecca Fuselier. Rain total body fuel replay, and we have one heat remaining here. 256 still our top lift, now 127 our top handstand hold. We'll see if anybody can beat it when we come back. We are down to the final heat here of event number 4 for the elite individuals. So we have liftoff presented by the U.S. Army. Glad you're with us on a gorgeous Friday here in Miami at Bayfront Park. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler. Nikki Brazier's down there on the competition floor. Back-to-back challenges here with 1 rep max clean and jerk, followed by a 1 rep max parallel freestanding handstand hold.
You know, this event, it's a combined score, so if you need to do damage control either in gymnastics or weightlifting, you have to think about that. And to do that, you have to know yourself, not only in your weightlifting, but also in your gymnastic skills. So on your weightlifting, make sure you get something in there, go big if you can. And then on your handstand hold, be that circus freak, get as much time as you can.
8 women will be on the floor for this 5th and final heat. The top lift we have seen, 256 pounds from Cece Cronin. And then the top handstand hold we have seen, just to watch Rebecca Fuselier, 1 minute, 27.9 seconds. Go back down to Nikki Brazier.
All eyes are on Dani Spiegel down here in lane 1, actually for both parts of this event. Remember, she currently holds a record for several different lifts achieved during CrossFit competitions over the last several years, and she has a gymnastics background. You could hear it from the crowd the moment she took the floor out here. We are expecting big things from her.
Dani Spiegel will be on the far left side of the floor at lane number 1. Now, Emma Carey had a great start to the competition. Back-to-back event wins, but a 12th and then a 30th to close out her first day of competition. She sits in 2nd place overall. Sarah Sigmund's daughter. Now, this is going to be a big mental hurdle for her.
I mean, could you not have a more of a comeback sort of event for her? You know, she went out last year, injury on a clean and jerk event. So I hope that we see something big for her. And if she's feeling good, this could be a great event for her.
Dani Spiegel is going to open up at 225. That's the heaviest lift on the floor. And in lane 3, Paige Powers just made 220. Emma Carey also hit 220. Sarah Sigmund's daughter opened at 207, and that lift was good.
And again, with Sarah, she just needs to feel some confidence. So I think a 207 was nice. Kind of a shallow squat there, but an easy jerk. You know, now we were really wondering what Carey was going to do after we saw her finish in the sandbag yesterday. You know, dealing with that weight, but this 225 pounds was not a problem. It was a great wide-armed clean. Obviously, we saw Spiegel kind of from the side if you're watching the initial lift, having no problem with her first lift at that 227 pounds.
Spiegel made 225. Emma Carey and Paige Powers hit 220, and now Dani Spiegel to move into 3rd place in the event at 245. Paige Semenza right now sits in 2nd at 247 with Cece Cronin's mark at 256, the top mark.
Seconds, athletes. Three, 2, 1, lift.
Here we go. Lift number.
So 235 on the bar for Paige Powers.
245 for Dani Spiegel.
Emma Carey's going to miss the jerk. Powers will hit hers. And 245, no problem for Dani Spiegel. Emily Rolfe good at 212. So Emma Carey failed at 230.
One final lift for these ladies. One
Again, we knew that this was going to be virtually an event in the bag for Danny Spiegel. So much power coming off the ground. Nice explosive hip pop coming out of the hole with absolutely no problem. Beautiful arm lockout. Man, I mean, that's picture perfect right there. And that's already one of our top lifts of the day. Sarah, 225 pounds. Pull off the ground a little bit deeper and a little bit of a struggle coming out of that clean position. But a nice lockout overhead. I think that's a good lift for her. She's feel really good about that. Emma Carey over at 230.
255.
Just not able to get her arms locked out.
255.
Paige Powers right there with a successful 235 though.
30 seconds, athletes.
So with Emma, just needed to be a little bit more aggressive, driving her head through in that jerk position to get those arms locked out.
Well, Danny Spiegel, after hitting 245, is now in 3rd place. And Paige Powers, with her successful lift at 235, is in a tie for 4th with Moosbrugger and Alexia Williams. And now Danny Spiegel looking to put herself in 2nd place at 255.
It's really strange. I'm surprised with Danny's power that she's not going to go a couple pounds over the record currently.
Paige Powers is good at 245, and Spiegel hits 255, no problem, which means Cece Cronin is going to pick up 60 points to win this event by a pound. And I am a little surprised, too, that she, given how good that lift looked, that she didn't go up a little bit.
She didn't pick that weight because she didn't think, you know, she was swinging for the fences. She just wanted to hit a weight, but I think maybe she just wasn't sure what the weight was that she needed to get. So that was, I mean, that's really too bad. That could have been a home run for her.
Ray total body fuel replay. Here's Paige Powers at 245.
Nice pull from the ground. See her knees coming in just a little bit, trying to drive up with those elbows, repositioning those hands. She's just a touch wide for that shorter range of motion for the jerk, but a beautiful finish on that jerk position. Lots of speed getting underneath that bar. Danny Spiegel, absolute no problem. You can see she kind of waved the cameraman out of the way just for her vision as she's going through that clean. But man, really powerful clean and jerk by Danny.
1 minute, ladies, 1 minute.
Here's Elisa Fuliano, who comes in 4th place overall. She's had a great competition, and she was at 246 on this lift.
Unofficial.
Nice lift. Wow, a lot of speed to her lock as well. This is the thing with Fuliano, she's been like either 2nd place or in the middle somewhere, so that's a great finish for her.
But 246, that should be good for a top 5 finish for her in the first part of this event. I believe that unofficially is the 4th best lift that we saw. And now we get set for the 1 attempt handstand hold for max time. The best score we have seen in that part, 1:27, a minute 27.9 seconds. That's unofficial. It belongs to Rebecca Fuselier, who did that in the prior heat. But Elisa Fuliano coming in 4th place overall. She's only 16 points back of Emma Carey for 2nd. Paige Powers in lane 3, and Emma Carey in lane 5 having some trouble here. But Carey has got herself situated. And Carey is going to be out. Ooh. So that is big. So keep an eye on lane 6. So take a look at Sarah Sigmundsdottir in lane 8. In lane 6, left side of your screen, bottom left, that's Elisa Fuliano, who's trying to really make up some points here on the women ahead of her in the overall standings.
I'll tell you, as I'm looking at all these arms, she seems to look the most comfortable compared to the rest of these other ladies that are holding up. Sydney Mikulishin just came down. You can see her just moving off of in lane 2. Danny Spiegel
That's another
on the
woman that Fuliano was chasing.
Yeah.
Danny Spiegel, as Paige Powers comes down. But Fuliano, you're looking at now, this is her first time at Wodapalooza. A year ago, she was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. It's just something she has to manage. She knows her competition days are numbered, and she's just trying to get in as much as she can as she is able to compete here, and she is making the most of this opportunity and is going to win this heat. Now, can she track down Fuselier? She cannot, but that should be good for a second place finish in the event, which means 2 top 5 finishes in both of these parts for Fuliano. She could be in the top 3 going into the next event.
This entire setup was amazing for her. You know, one of the people we've been looking at this whole time, this whole weekend, has been Emma Carey. And Emma Carey is just unable to get herself, you can see her up there just struggling to get herself into position. Up there in the tank top and the black pants, she's down.
Now here's Danny Spiegel, who also could have 2 top 5 finishes here.
And so Danny Spiegel, you know, when we've done a handstand hold in the stage 1 of the game, she had one of the best times. I really thought she was going to be able to hold that a lot longer, but again, when you go heavy overhead into a static hold, it's tough. But man, Fuliano, look at that. A great lift for her and a great finish in that handstand. This is a beautiful event for her, and you're right, I think it's going to put her in the top 3.
And Emily Rolfe also had a time of 1 minute 19 unofficially. Fuliano at 1:23, and she is with Nikki Brazier.
What was it like moving from that max lift into the handstand hold as far as what your shoulders are feeling like at this moment?
Yes, the shoulder were hurting. Also because yesterday we did some many exercises with the shoulder. But I knew this workout was for me, both the weightlifting and the parallel, because of my gymnastic I did in the past. So I think I did PR in this start, so I'm quite happy for that. And I knew I could crush it on the handstand. I wish I could have stayed a little bit longer, but I'm fine. I'm so satisfied, and I'm so enjoying this event. It's so cool.
When you kick off the final day of competition with a PR and with an event that you feel really good about, what does it do to your mind for the rest of the competition?
I knew I had to do good in this event because after that there is a swimming workout, and I know it's not for me. So I knew I had to take everything I could from this workout, and I'm so happy I did. So I'll try to do my best for the next workout, and then I'll crush it to the final, and I'm so happy.
Great job, thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Elisa Fuliano, solid performance in those back-to-back challenges, looking to move herself into the top 3, if not into the top 2. As we hand things off to the men here. 5 heats for them at Tina Hills to kick off their day of competition. Sean Woodland and Bill Grundler with you here. Nikki Brazier down there on the competition floor. Event 4 as we have liftoff, presented by the U.S. Army.
You know, we're going to do the exact same thing we did with the ladies with a 1 rep max clean and jerk, followed up by a 1 rep max hold on the parallel bars. And you know, we've been waiting to see some big lifts and some big heavy weights by some of these, especially some of the fellas out here, and we're going to get to see just that.
Back down to Nikki Brazier.
Hey, last day, best day here for the individual competition, and it is standing room only here at the Tina Hills Stadium. This is, as we mentioned in the women's heats, one of the most intimate areas of the Tier Wodapalooza competition system. And with the crowd just a few feet away from these athletes, I think we're expecting some high energy and some big lifts from the guys.
6 men in this first of 5 heats. And same story as it was for the women. There's a cut looming after event number 5. The men on your screen right now all need to score some points to get themselves into a position where they can stay alive for that 6th and final event. There are 200 points on the line tonight when we move over to Flagler. That is Benjamin Gutierrez, 33rd place after 3 events. He's got 166 total points. He's got to make up 30 on Nate Ackerman over these next 2 events to keep himself in the competition for the final event.
3, 2, 1, lift.
Right now it looks like 3:15 or 3:17 in lane 4 from Thiago Luzes is the heaviest lift that we have out there. and that lift is good for Luzas.
Wow.
Gutierrez got 315. And Peter Mason also hit 315. That's Peter Mason.
Coming out of the bottom, very nice. Now, one of the things you can see Mason, and even off to the side, Matt Pullen, they have the glasses on because the sun is just in their eyes. So try to keep themselves focused as they go for that lift, and this is a great first lift for Matt. I'm sorry, for Peter Mason.
1 minute, athletes, 1 minute.
There's Thiago Luises. Comes in 31st place overall, 182 points. But just 14 points back of Ackerman for 20th. And only 30 points separate 33rd from 20th. So it is packed very tightly in the back half of the standings.
30 seconds.
317 from Thiago Luises so far, the best lift that we have seen. Down in lane 7, that's Trayvon Benton, who's going to jump up to 345.
10 seconds.
Great. 335 on the bar on the left side for Luzas.
Whoa. Saw Luzas go to his toes on that one on left-hand side. Trayvon Benton, man, gets under that bar nice. A little slow coming out of the bottom.
That
Holy
count.
cow.
Luzas failing again.
Man, Benton
And
with
he
a
will not
beautiful
have
lift.
time for another run. So 317 so far, the only lift successful for Luzas, meaning it's Trayvon Benton who has your top lift at 345. Peter Mason was good at 330. And Benjamin Gutierrez made 325.
Great extension on that clean, able to pull himself under that body, come up underneath. I love how high he had that bar racked up on that front rack, and man, what a beautiful finish for that jerk.
This is the first attempt for Luzas at 335.
And you saw it down towards his feet, he went up to his toes, and just on it, it makes it really difficult to have a nice compose again. And there, I think that was more just kind of a struggle trying to get in. Anything under that time was more of a desperation pull.
Replay presented by Rain Total Body Fuel, and we are set for our third and final lift. And Trayvon Benton is going to make a 15-pound jump to 360 pounds.
30 seconds.
Amazing energy for Trayvon Benton, 360. All right. Yeah, he wants it too. Come on.
That's Ray Romanek in lane number 2 at 345.
10 seconds.
That's Peter Mason also at 345.
2, 1, lift.
Trayvon Benton, 360 for the early lead here. Peter Mason will not hit 345.
Oh, wow, with the triple bounce, Trayvon's able to get out of the bottom at 360.
Romanek missed his jerk. Benton is going to make it, so 360 for the early lead.
Man, there was, wow. There was a lot of commitment in that one.
Benson may have been the only man to hit his third and final lift.
A lot of power out of the bottom. You saw that big extension. Now he's getting that good position. He's trying to use that bounce to get a little bit of momentum to come out of the hole. Explosive, and look how low he had to go down into that jerk position to get those arms locked out. But man, that was a great aggressive finish. Out of the bottom for Ray. Tightens up his core and just can't get his head underneath those arms. You saw him kind of lock out and then buckle. And then Peter Mason here trying to get up through. Now that takes a lot of power out of you. And I think he's trying to go for it because you see his eyes were getting kind of gelled over. So it was more of a desperation, but a good attempt by Peter Mason.
Let's go back down to Nicky Brazier.
A closer look at these parallettes for you if you're just joining us for the men's heats here. These bad boys are made out of metal, so they're nice and sturdy, much more sturdy than the plastic parallettes many of us are used to in our everyday CrossFit gyms, and they're a little bit thicker than the width of a pull-up bar, so something that these guys are definitely going to be comfortable and nice and sturdy with.
Thank you, Nikki, and that's Trayvon Benton, who right now has the lead in this first of 5 heats for the men. After part number 1, 360 pounds. There's Ben Gutierrez, who was successful at 325 on his second lift.
10 seconds.
There's Peter Mason on the left.
3,
And
2, 1,
Matt Poulin on the right. 10 seconds to get themselves up in the supported position, and then their times will officially start.
Wow.
Mason and Benton are not going to be able to go. Poulin is down. Thiago Lucis, Benjamin Gutierrez, and Ray Romanek. 3 men left. Now Lucic is down.
Man, look how Ray Romanek is just in a perfect pirouetted position. Nice and tall. Gutierrez was able to hold out for a little while.
And now Romanek is down right around 40 seconds. He was able to kick up immediately, so that should be close to his official time.
And these two guys were battling for that entire time. And I think what's kind of unfortunate is the fact that when Benjamin went down, then Ray Romanek saw that Ben came down and then he finished. I think if Ben would have stayed up there, Ray would have had even a better time than he did.
1 heat down, 4 remain here. 360 pounds is our top lift. And about 40 seconds on the handstand hold. More to come here from Tina Hills at Bayfront Park at the 2023 tier of Wodapalooza.
See them big boys get up on the parallettes too. I like that. A little bit of heavy lifting, a little bit of gymnastics. I like it. You guys are having fun out here in Miami.
I think they're ready to see Keith Mariano come out onto the floor. What you think? I know their favorites.
As always, Miami, feel free to make a whole bunch of noise when you see your favorite athletes out here.
Day 2 of competition that the 2023 Tier Wodapalooza rolls on here at Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler. Nikki Brazier is down there at Tina Hills on the competition floor as we work our way through event 4 of 6 that the elite individuals will face. It is We Have Liftoff, presented by the U.S. Army.
We start off with that 1 rep max clean and jerk. You basically have 3 attempts to do that. And then we end up with a 1 attempt at a freestanding handstand hold with a combined total of 100 points. So you want to do well in both to try to offset your weakness as much as you can. Now with this one, as with all lifting events, you want to know yourself, know where your weights are, have an idea of what you can make when you're out there on the floor, and then swing for the fences if you can. And then if you are a circus freak, it's time to pull out those skills for that handstand hold.
7 men will be in the second of 5 heats. Guimayeros in lane 1. Right now on the wrong side of the cut line. He comes in 30th place. His best finish was a 10th in event number 3, but he is only 12 points back of Nate Ackerman for 20th, and he can do some damage here.
You know, I tell you, Guy needs to have this event. I think we've been waiting to see Guy in this event, and if we're looking at the leaderboard, he needs this event. So this is an important one for him.
Joined in the booth by a man who will be competing this weekend on a team with his brother and Jacob Hebner, Scott Panchik. Scott, how you doing, man?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
Doing well. Great to see you back here, and really looking forward to seeing you back in competition. How did that decision get made to finally now compete as a team? Because I know that was supposed to happen in the past, and you guys all went individual.
Yes. Last year, I tried to talk them into going in team, and they're like, no, you got to come down individual. So this year, we had the team all together. It was Team Panchik, and last minute Saxon he said, I just need to take a little time. He's like, I've been traveling a lot, and we decided to reach out to, the long lost Panchik, Jacob, and he filled in. He was quick to reply. I said, how fit are you right now? He's like, why? I was like,
why?
I need you.
Well, that will be a lot of fun to watch, and the team competition getting kicked off tomorrow. Scott Panchik, Spencer Panchik, and Jacob Hebner. And I feel like if you get the lighting right, Jacob passes for one of the brothers.
For sure.
In lane 2, Heinrich Apolainen has 330 on the bar. In lane 1, Guimayeros, I believe that's 367.
Now, Guy has said, dealing with all of his
357 for Mayeros.
Dealing with all of his visa stuff, that he hasn't been doing a whole lot of training when he was down in Brazil. So the nice thing about Guy is you don't need to have a whole lot of cardio fitness to be a strong beast as he is. So, I mean, 367 pounds.
It was 357.
357. Still, he still made it look really easy.
And only 3 pounds back now of Trayvon Benton's top lift of 360 from heat number 1.
For sure. And one of the things that a lot of people don't realize is these guys have stood in the corral for probably 15, 20 minutes, sometimes longer than that, and to come out and hit something like that, that's impressive.
You've been in that situation. How do you best manage that?
You're in the corral doing jumping jacks and squats and jumping, whatever you can to keep warm. And it's definitely a little nerve-wracking when you come out. You got to put something on that bar that you know you can hit. So for him to come out and hit that, he's got some confidence here to put some weight on these next 2 lifts.
And now Guy going up to 382 pounds. This will be for the lead. And he needs these 60 points that are available to the winner of this portion of the event. 40 points to the winner of the handstand hold. And as he always does, Guy trying to get the crowd behind him. Heinrich Apolainen made 330. He's in lane number 2 next to Guy. He's going up to 350. 3, 2, 1. Two top lifts on the floor right now on your screen.
He is so dang explosive.
Get out of here with that.
That's great. Doing a clean and jerk and being in the back versus the front is a little more challenging as well, because you can see people in front of you, and it sometimes can be a little distracting when you're hitting a clean and jerk.
Well, there are a lot of people that are looking at you in that 10 heels. It is covered, especially for the men, knowing that Guy's in there right now. Everybody comes to see Guy lift the world, and he's doing that. So you're right. Everyone's going to be right in his face.
Yeah.
Like, where the heck do you look when you got?
Well, no, I mean for the guys lifting in the back.
Oh, in the back.
Yeah. So you want to hit your lift before he even goes. You don't want to be watching him hit his lift while you're trying to focus on getting that bar up right.
Guimayeros is now our leader here in heat number 2 in this portion of the event at 382 pounds. I think Tommy Marquez described Guy the best as just one giant fast twitch muscle.
Yeah.
That's good.
That is good.
I'll be surprised to see what he goes here, especially knowing that he's got to go into that handstand hold right after, because I don't know if too many people are going to go out there and hit much more than that.
Right, right.
You know what I mean? Like, you could almost conserve a little energy here if you got 2 good lifts.
The 395 on the bar for Guy. Heinrich Happelainen next to him at 366. That would put him in second place by himself, with Trayvon Benton at 360.
3, 2, 1, lift.
Here goes Guy at 395.
Jeez.
Happelainen is good. Guy will get it.
Now, man, he made that look so easy. Like, do you, okay, as a lifter, as a competitive guy, do you just not count 395 and like you go from 390 to 400? It's like 290. Like there's no 95.
Yeah.
Just get to the big ones. I mean, he moved that weight so easy.
Yeah, and these are like opportunities, especially throughout the year, where you can kind of check in and see where you're at. It's not very often you're putting 395 on the bar in training. So
Right.
I do think, like, in some ways this is a confidence builder for the rest of the year.
One more look with our Rain Total Body Fuel replay.
I mean, there was no hesitation coming.
None.
Once we say go, they've got 10 seconds.
Little bobble there at the top, but didn't matter. Guy Maieros, your event leader. Let's go down to Nikki Brazier.
So keep an eye out, guys. If you see any of these guys come off of the parallettes at almost the same time, it's as soon as their first foot touches the ground that their time officially ends. So if it's cutting it close, we're going to have to pay attention to exactly how and where they fall and when their first foot hits the ground.
Well, Ray Romanek is your leader after one heat, and this portion of the event unofficially a time of 39.25 seconds. So we'll see what Guy Maieros can do on this portion as he looks to put 60 points in his pocket after this portion of the event. He came in 30th place overall, but the good news for him, only 12 points back of 20th. We cut down to 20 athletes after the next event, event number 5. Then we have 200 points up for grabs when we move into Flagler tonight for the 6th and final event. Let's look at Keelan Henry. Augustin Riquelme in lane number 7. Heinrich Happelainen had the second best lift that we saw in part 1 at 366. 10 seconds to get themselves in a supported position, and then their time will officially start. In lane 4, that's Cam Crockett. And Guy is not going to be able to clock a time here. That is big for Guy Maieros.
Now, he came down at like 7 seconds, so he had that 10-minute window. He could have disconnected and started again.
Heinrich Happelainen and Cam Crockett are still working. It's Leonel Franco in the Elk Gray, who's done as well. This is great for Happelainen, second best lift, and now looking to put up the top score with 3 heats remaining as Crockett kicks down. 39.25 is the top score we've seen, and it looks like Romanek, or pardon me, Happelainen is going to beat Romanek. Happelainen looking to get past a minute here.
Man, he's holding that position nice. It's weird, you know, with the ladies, we saw a lot of that stag position. With the guys, we haven't really seen that too much.
And Happelainen is down right around the 112 mark. That will be the top score that we have seen by far. Guy Maieros is your top.
He said that's it.
Mark at 395.
1 second.
And did not follow that up with a strong performance here in the parallel hold.
So the 10-second window, he was in there, was stabilized, and then started coming down at about the 8. Popped back up, and then that was it.
He should be done there because his head broke the plane of the parallettes, and that's where they judge whether or not you're done.
Right. So, well, he was finished, but he had that. He was still within that 10-second window.
Meanwhile, Happelainen was up there for more than a minute, and Cam Crockett at 37 seconds came down. That'll be the 3rd best mark, and then Heinrich Happelainen at 1:10 unofficially his score.
Scott, how often do you do static handstand, freestanding handstand holds? With that? Either.
The parallettes was new. I played around with it the last couple weeks, but I actually do a lot of the freestanding ones pretty frequently, and it's just a great way to just understand how to control your handstand walk, really.
Right.
I actually recently started working a little bit with just handstand walking with your feet together, which is a lot different too, which is like a cool kind of standard. Standards are always changing, and you know, we can see the parallettes this weekend, which, you know, is good flash into the future.
Let's check back in with Nikki Brazier with Guy Mayeros.
Can't pass up the opportunity to talk about a monster lift like that and a PR for you out here on the competition floor. How did you manage to do that here today?
So I'm not lifting very often. I don't touch a barbell probably for 2-3 months, a heavy one. So I was kind of like scared about this weightlifting, but everyone's here, so I gotta give the people what they want. So I just put a weight. I didn't know what weight was, so I was asking the people that was beside me. I was like, how much is this? They were like, oh, 395, 365, 362. I was like, I don't care. I just put the blades on and lift it. And it went well. The first one, the second one felt good. I was like, okay, let's go for the last one. And all the crowd went crazy, and it was awesome.
Don't ask questions, just lift. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Must be nice. 2 heats are down, 3 heats remain here at event number 4 on the second and final day of competition for the elite individuals. Event number 4 is We Have Liftoff. First time we're at Tina Hills this competition for the individuals. We'll head over to Bayside after this, and then we'll close things out at Flagler. And thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler. We've got Scott Panchik in the booth, and Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. Back-to-back challenges here. Got a heavy barbell and then some gymnastics skill.
Yeah, we're going for that 1 rep max clean and jerk. You have 3 attempts to do that, each within a 20-second window. And then a one-time parallel handstand hold, freestanding for as much time as you can to try to buffer out or actually work on top of that max lift that you had. It's a 2-part event. And the keys here, you have to know yourself. You have to know your lifts, know what weights you can hit. If you're going to be like Guy Mayeros and get a PR in competition when you come back, do it. And if you need a handstand hold to buffer against any bad lifts, you have to be that circus freak. Get as much time as you possibly can.
Now we will have 8 men in this 3rd heat. Nate Ackerman in lane 2 is the guy right now sits in 20th place. Luke Parker is in lane 3. He is in 18th place, but he's only 4 points up on Ackerman for that final spot on the cut line. So Luke Parker has some work to do to give himself some insurance points to make sure that he can survive the cut after event number 5.
You know, the thing with Luke, it has to remember is that this is a 2-piece event. You have the lift and you have the handstand hold. So it isn't just about doing the lift at all. You have to make sure you have both of them. And you got to go big.
Arthur
he's got a
Semenov
girl
has
weight.
335 on the barbell. So 335, the heaviest weight right now to open for Arthur Semenov. And then down to lane 1, Kaike Cerveny has 332 on the barbell.
Wow.
Just go ahead and power clean that, Arthur, and that is no problem. And Cerveny is going to dump 332 on his first attempt and won't have time to make a second.
Now, one of the nice things that they do have is if some of these athletes come out with an aggressive lift, they can always go down if they choose to. So we may see that with Cerveny, but I'll tell you, the last thing you want to do is miss on your first lift. Luke Parker here, nice big explosive lift. You know, I think he just went down into the squat to kind of get a warm up because that was an easy power clean for him. Nice jerk overhead. That's great first way to start. But that was an amazing power clean. Barely dipped into it at all. and a nice push jerk, old school CrossFit style, to finish off. So Van, you can see, man, he just some struggles from the front. You can see his butt coming up first, a lot of pulling with the arms. Just really had that bar in that front position and really knocking him off balance.
Kaike Serveni not able to get 332. He will move on to his second attempt now. Meanwhile, Arthur Semenov has put 365 on the bar, and Luke Parker is jumping up to 345.
Now what's difficult is if you came out and did a power clean here to start, you still have not hit a squat yet.
Yeah.
So like sometimes you want to come out and hit that squat just because you know maybe your second or third lift is going to be in that squat position, and it just sets you up for a nice third lift.
365. This will be good for third place in the event. Guimayeros has the top lift at 395. Heinrich Happelainen is in second at 366. And Semenov will make that. Luke Parker will make 345. Maybe he doesn't need the squat.
Right? No. Looked pretty good.
But I think Scott's talking it right. I mean, you see how wide he stepped out with his left leg. Same thing on the jerk. That's a lot of starfishing going on there. Now, granted, it's not a bad lift at all. I mean, that's a lot of weight. But just to your point, Scott, like, it looked like he's trying to stay away from that squat as much as possible. Luke Parker looked real strong out of the bottom. I like how he kept his arms nice and straight, allowing his hips to do that movement. A little bit of bob. You can see his elbows buckling a little bit, but it's a great second lift.
Yeah, what I look for is how clean was the second lift. And that'll usually tell you a lot about what's going to happen in that third one. You hit something clean, you come out of that hole fast, you hit that jerk smooth, it's not as fatiguing, but your feet start getting wide or you start getting buried in the hole or there's elbows get a little wobbly, that next lift's coming fast.
Right.
These guys don't have a lot of time to recover, so I'll be interested to see how these guys do on the third one.
Arthur Semenov now at 375 to put himself in second place all by himself. Luke Parker has 365 on the barbell. That would be the third best lift that we've seen. We still have 2 heats remaining after this. Again, Luke Parker coming in 18th place overall. Started out the competition with a 6th place finish. But then everything after that has been 18th or lower. 375 for Arthur Semenov. Not able to power clean that one. Luke Parker has 365 up. Semenov is going to call it. Parker will not. Oh, man.
Wow.
And Parker looks like he is okay.
Cat-like reflexes.
So Semenov will settle for a score of 365. That's good for third right now, behind Guimayeros and Heinrich Happelainen.
And that was exactly what we were talking about, Scott, not prepping your legs for a squat position. So he just wasn't ready to go down there, and you could see that. And it took so much out of him to do that. He's like, there's no way.
Yeah. And then Luke struggled a little with that jerk before he hit the clean. But like I said, when you start to see the elbows or legs getting wide or wobbly, that next lift gets tough.
I mean, what I was impressed with is he committed.
Yeah, he went
He committed into that.
He wanted it.
And I mean, and you have to do that. You know, if you want to make that lift, you got to commit to it.
Now, Kaike Serveni going at 332 again.
We'll see what happens in this next second.
1 minute, athletes, 1 minute.
Let's go down to Nikki Brazier.
And we saw it in the last heat with Guy, and we may see it again here as these lifts continue to get bigger. There is some strategy that the athletes have to determine between how much weight they lift and how long, rather, they think they can hold this parallel hold. When we interviewed in the last event, we heard that the shoulders are quite burnt out once that clean and jerk is over. So it'll be interesting to see if some of the bigger lifts can withstand this hold.
30 seconds.
We saw the biggest lift have problems with it in the last heat. Guimayeros was one of the first men to kick down. There's Damian Martinez Torres in lane number 5.
10 seconds. The partner wants to know
It was packed there at Tina Hills. Good luck finding a place to sit. Here we go. Handstand hold for max time. Heinrich Apolainen has the top score at 1 minute 10 seconds unofficially. Daniel Akai is done. Luke Parker is off. Saw a couple other men come off on the far side of the floor. Kaike Serveni, Nate Ackerman, who came in at 20th place overall, is down.
It's good. Arthur Semenov, he does a wide split on his handstands too.
Lucas Azaki just kicked down, leaves Semenov and Sam Paquin. Paquin on the left, Semenov on the right. 110, the top score here. Have to get the time. Oh man. Well, Paquin held on that to the last second, and I think Semenov is going to win that heat, but it doesn't look like anybody was able to get past Heinrich Apolainen's mark of 1 minute 10 seconds.
Man, you got to love the commitment, though.
These guys want it. I love it.
They're all in.
Unofficially, Semenov at 46 seconds, Sam Paquin at 48.5. Scott, thanks so much for being here, man. Looking forward to watching you compete over the next couple days. Best of luck.
We're excited. Thank you, guys. Bye.
More action to come here for the men in event 4 at Tina Hills. Three heats are down, 2 heats remain here in event 4 for the elite men on the second and final day of competition for their division at the 2023 Tier Wodapalooza. Sun's out, the guns are out, and the crowd has packed Tina Hills for this event. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler. Nikki Brazier's got us covered down on the competition floor. Event 4 is We Have Liftoff, presented by the U.S. Army.
You know, we were hoping for some big lifts, and we actually have already got to see that with Guy coming out on the floor in a couple heats ago. But we start off with a 1 rep max, clean and jerk, and then a max effort handstand hold on the parallel bars with a combined score. Now with both of these, you have to really know yourself, know what weight you're gonna hit, so you can make a lift out there, go for something big if you can. Same thing with the handstand holds. If you are a circus freak, it's time to pull that out, but you try to do damage control on either end using either one of those events for that final score.
Got 7 men who will be on the floor here. Phil Muscarella, John Wood, Lago Giraldes, Tudor Magda, who you're looking at now, Fabian Benito-Celis, Jack Rozema, and Guillaume Briand. And Tudor Magda, definitely be watching him. He has plans to go for a couple of very big lifts here and try to take the lead possibly from Guy Mayeros, who has our top lift at 395 pounds. Tudor is 9th place overall, 242 total points. Best finish came last night in Start Fast, Finish Strong. He took 2nd place in the second part of that event.
Well, he's going to need to go big for sure if he wants to stay in there, at least start moving his way up into that leaderboard. But again, it's not just about the clean and jerk. He has to do well there and also well on the parallel, on the handstand push-up on the parallettes.
It's John Wood in lane 2 at 325 pounds. Magda at 336. That's the heaviest lift. He's in the middle in lane 4. He will make that. So all the men look like they are successful here, as Muscarella on the left is the last man to go for his jerk, and it looked like he did hit that. So Tudor Magda at 336, the top opening lift here in heat 4 of 5.
If you watch the way that Tudor does his lift, I mean, it's an easy way to start. Nice, easy, clean. Didn't even move his feet at all. And that was a simple jerk for him. And so I expect to see him jumping up a lot higher than that first lift.
Two more attempts remain. Again, the top lift belongs to Guy Mayeros at 395. We'll see where Tudor Magda goes after this one.
1 minute, athletes. 1 minute.
Magda at 366. This would tie Heinrich Happelainen for 2nd.
I mean, it's definitely an aggressive jump, but he needs to do that, especially to get himself up there.
Guillaume Briand has gone up to 370 on his 2nd attempt. This would put him in 2nd all by himself. His board, we are being told now, is inaccurate. That is not 370. So Guillaume Briand not jumping up to 370. It's 337. The correct weight for Guillaume Briand is 337. So 366, the top lift on the floor for Tudor Magda.
3, 2, 1, lift.
In lane 6, that's Jack Rozema at 355. And Tudor Magda is good. Rozema is good as well. Magda made his individual CrossFit Games debut last year, finished 34th. He's a teenage champion, won the 14 to 15-year-old division in 2018. This is his first individual appearance here at Wodapalooza as we take a look at our Rain Total Body Fuel replay.
It's insane how strong Tudor is. And again, look at how comfortable he is underneath that bar. Now, yeah, there's a little bit of a sidestep, but the way he came off the floor and the speed at which he did that was just incredible. So Jack Rozema here at the 355. Now, he was very aggressive on his attack. Wasn't as deep as he probably could have gone, but it was a nice healthy catch. So I think we're going to see another jump up from Jack as well.
And Tudor Magda is going to jump up as we take a look at Rozema going to 367. That would put him in 2nd place. Tudor Magda, his placard says 386. That would put him in 2nd place by himself.
30 seconds,
as Guy Mayeros still has the top lift at 395. So looking like that score is going to stand. No one else looking to go after Mayeros. Fabian Benito-Celis has 371 on his barbell in lane 5.
10 seconds, athletes.
Rozema at 367. So if all these gentlemen hit their lifts, it would be Magda in 2nd, Benito-Celis in 3rd, and Rozema in 4th. And Magda is good. And Fabian Benito-Celis cannot lock that out, and Rozema is going to hit 367. So these placards are unofficial. But if that score is correct for Tudor Magda, as we are relying on the judges to put the right weight on the placard, he will be in second place in this event behind Guy Mayeros.
And look at the confidence. So this is the first time we've actually seen him, I don't want to feel the weight. I don't want to say struggle, because that was a beautiful jerk. Even though he's a little flat-footed on that back foot, man, he did well on that. Great lift. He needed that.
Now we move on to the handstand hold for time. Jack Rosemont officially hit 367, which would put him in third place by himself, 1 pound up on Heinrich Happelainen. Let's go down to Nikki Brazier.
Just a reminder, guys, here, this Part A and Part B is a little bit weighted. So there are 60 points available for the top lift in Part A and 40 points available for the max hold here on the parallel. So the athletes have had to decide how and where to put their energy to figure out how to get the most points possible.
All they have left is a handstand hold.
There's Jack Rosema, who unofficially has the third best lift that we have seen at 367 pounds. Heinrich Happelainen's time of 1 minute 10 seconds, still the best mark that we have seen. And Happelainen looking to get top 5 finishes in both these events. There's John Wood.
Athletes to be here for the hold. Gonna have to go more than a minute if you want to press
Guillaume Briand.
here at Tina Hills.
Comes in 14th place overall. Move himself into the top 10, and there is the man who sits in 9th place coming into this event, Tudor Magda, who just put up a lift unofficially of 386 pounds. Part 2 underway here. So Phil Muscarella in lane 1 having some trouble getting himself situated, and now it looks like he's good to go.
If you look over in lane 2, that's John Wood. Look at his body position. Starting to lean a little bit, but he's nice and tight. So the less moving pieces he has, the easier it's going to be to balance. He's stacked up on his shoulders, nice. His legs are together. And you can use that. You can use that to balance. So if you have to separate your legs, you have the ability to do that. But when you have all these moving pieces, it's much more difficult. It takes a lot more energy out of you to do your handstand hold.
So Guillaume Briand, John Wood just kicking down, and Phil Muscarella. Opposite ends of the floor, the two guys are left. Muscarella's on the left, Guillaume Briand is on the right. 1 minute 10 seconds is the top time. And remember, the time in the upper left is not necessarily indicative of how long these guys have been holding themselves in the supported position, because time starts for them when they kick up. They have a 10-second window to do that, and then the clock starts.
Philip Muscarelli on the left-hand side. Look how wide his feet are. There's that arch to his body, whereas Briand down on the right side is nice and tight. So the fact that Phil Muscarella has been able to hold that position for so long, jeez.
And that was close, and Muscarella is going to have a chance at Happelainen. I think he was able to save that first bobble. And he's going to be close. It's going to be really close.
I'll tell you, when you're not stacked up nice and tall, you're using a lot of energy and a lot of strength. I mean, look at all that. Tudor just can't get his body to settle. His legs are apart. His hands are moving up and down, so he's trying to catch his balance as much as possible. Man, I mean, look at that, back and forth. And every time you unload your joint, then you're using the muscles, and the muscles are working. So right here we have, oh, and look at that. Briand just came down a toe ahead of Phil Muscarelli on the other end of the field.
And Muscarella, as long as his head didn't break the plane there, he was okay. So even though he had the bend in the arms, if his head does not break the plane of those parallettes, his time is still counting. So we'll have to wait and see what his time is. And it looks like Muscarella is going to be your new leader. 1:13 unofficially. Guillaume Briand at 1:11. We have 1 heat remaining.
We got Doll and Pepper coming out. We got Crop Top Nick Matthew coming out.
Fifth and final heat coming up next here in event number 4 of 6 for the elite individual men. It is We Have Liftoff presented by the U.S. Army. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler. We got Nikki Brazier down there on the competition floor at Tina Hills. And we have back-to-back challenges here. A 1-rep max clean and jerk, and then a max handstand hold 4 times.
You know, in that clean and jerk, you have a 20-second window to hit your lift. It's got to be completed in that. You have that 3 times, minute and a half break in between each one, and then that max handstand hold with that 10-second window to get situated with a 100-point total between the 2 events. Now, as we've been talking this entire time, you have to know yourself, and if you are big on the lift, you can go big, but make sure you can get some good numbers on the board. And as far as the handstand hold, know where you need to go. If you're not going to have a good handstand hold, you better have a good clean and jerk.
8 men will be in this 5th and final heat, including the top 3 men in the overall standings. Ricky Garrard, Patrick Vellner, and Roman Krenikov will be in lanes 3, 4, and 5. And let's go down to Nikki Brazier.
In lane 7, we have Nick Matthew, and it's a very similar story here on the men's side as we saw with Danny Spiegel on the women's side. Nick Matthew is an athlete to watch for both parts of this event. He has a listed clean and jerk at 375, but we have been seeing PR magic all over the board here, and he has a gymnastics background. So the question is, can he pull out all the stops in front of the crowd here at Tina Hills?
They've been with us all weekend, and they are rowdy.
And Ricky Garrard is going to open up at 345 pounds.
10 seconds. Three, 2, 1, lift.
Okay, guys, here we go. Come on. Lift.
335 now for Garrard as they fix the board. 335 listed for Brent Fikowski on the left, 320 for Vellner. So everyone good with his first attempt.
3, 2, 1, rest.
You know,
Take a
Nick
look at
Matthew
here in the Rain Total Body Fuel replay.
Nick Matthews so strong. We saw that in the games, making his debut. Nice lift overhead.
It's going to take a lot for these guys to win it all.
And then we always have to look at what these 3 guys have been doing. They are so consistent across the board, and I think all of them, this will be a great first lift for all of them. Nice and comfortable. We saw Pat a little short on that front step, Ricky looking nice and powerful, and then Roman on the left-hand side in the blue shirt, another powerful lift for him.
That's your cue.
Garrard, his placard reads 355.
345 for Ricky Garrard.
And now we can hear from the floor announcers that it is 345. So take a look at Pat Vellner, who, after some score adjustments, comes in with a 15-point deficit that he's trying to make up on Ricky Garrard. Ricky Garrard in first place at 365 points. Vellner sits in second at 350, and it's Roman Krenikov in third with 334. And there is the crop-topped Nick Matthew.
He did that so he had enough room to get his belt in there. That's what that was for.
And Nick is going for 355. That would be the heaviest lift that we see on the floor. Krenikov at 340, Garrard at 345, and Vellner at 330, I believe. And all of them are good. Nick Matthew, your leader on the floor at 355 now.
You know, and all these athletes are making the lifts that they're hitting, which is great. But now the fact that everyone has been making the lifts, it starts to change your strategy. Nick Matthews, so strong. You see how that little bit, he turned a little bit with his hip, but was able to really pull it out at the end. Nice jerk overhead, getting his arms locked out. Now, if you look at Ricky right in the middle at 345 pounds, what I like about what he does is he's able to get his hands set, and he sees a little wider with his grip, and that shortens up his range of motion, so you can see just how fast that bar gets into that set position.
We also had Alexander Caron, Brent Fikowski, and Cole Griesaber hit 345. Dallin Pepper was good at 341. The heaviest lift we've seen in this fifth and final heat, 355 pounds from Nick Matthew.
30 seconds, athletes, 30 seconds.
And Matthew's going to add some more weight here.
So we have a little bit of juggling, which is actually really fun for us as spectators, is the fact that these guys are juggling out on the floor with a number because we saw Nick make that adjustment. And then it's going to play into going into who's going to be on the parallettes the longest. So these guys have to remember that it is a two-part. It's not just about the lift. They have to have both parts of this for the 100 points.
Matthew at 375. This would be the third best lift we've seen. He's struggling with it.
Wow.
Gerard, Krennikov, and Vellner were all good. Here's Matthew on the jerk, and he's not going to get it.
Man, there was a ton of work that went into that with Matthew.
So with that lift, Ricky and Roman leapfrog Matthew in this heat at 356. Alexander Caron and Brent Fikowski both made 355.
It was Pat with the 346, and Roman and Ricky both making that. That's a big jump by Roman to go up to that and tie that position with Ricky. Now you can see how below that bar is on Nick, on his chest, down by his nameplate. A lot of fight to get it back up, and that takes a lot of energy out of him. Long weight in that front rack position, and he just wasn't able to hold it up overhead. Just didn't have that power.
Well, none of the men in this fifth and final heat able to get inside the top five, as Arthur Semenov's lift at 365, unofficially the fifth best lift that we have seen. But Ricky Gerard and Roman Krennikov tie for the best lift at 356 pounds. And let's go back down to Nikki Brazier.
These guys are about to pull out all the stops possible to make this max hold their own. So a couple standards to remind you of. They must be upright by the 10-second mark. They can move their hands up and down the parallel as much as they want to, but their head cannot come down past the plane, and their elbows cannot touch their knees.
1 minute, 13 seconds unofficially is the top time from Phil Muscarella in the last heat, and Guillaume Briand, who is right there with him unofficially at 1:11. So those are your top two marks on this handstand hold for time. There's Dallin Pepper, comes in 8th place overall. And then Nick Matthews, 6th place overall after 3 events.
Now, obviously, if we're doing a parallel handstand hold, you have to go towards someone like Brent Fikowski in lane number 5. You can see him there in the black shorts. He also had one of the best times in the field with the stage 1 handstand hold for the games. But man, look at this. Look at the way these guys are holding and presenting.
Pat Vellner's in the middle of your screen, and it's Brent Fikowski who's on the far side. He's got a sort of an unorthodox position with his feet. There's Fikowski on the right.
You know, and again, Brent's so long, so he's trying to shorten up his legs. You can see him with the bent knees on the right-hand side with the pink shorts.
Dallin Pepper down as well.
There it is, and that just makes it easier to balance. It's less length that you have to try to hold up.
Krennikov is off, and there's Fikowski coming down. Leaves Nick Matthew, and now Vellner's down. Ricky Gerard trying to hang on the far side. Colt Griesaber and Nick Matthew looking really good right now. Gerard is down. Matthew and Griesaber, the 2 men left. 1:13 is the top time unofficially. And these guys got to be getting close to that. And Griesaber, the only man left, and he has not budged. 1 minute, 1 second for Ricky Gerard, so it looks like Colt Griesaber is going to be your event winner here. Pat Vellner had about a 52-second time. And now Griesaber is done, and we'll see if that was enough to overtake Phil Muscarella, and it looks like it will be. Colt Griesaber, who came in 4th place overall, looking to lock up 40 points with that event win. So 128 unofficially for Colt Griesaber.
You can see Vellner coming down right there, and again, he fell onto the ground like that, just trying to wait and hold his feet up there as long as possible. So all these guys are trying to keep their body in the air as long as they can, which means that they're going to land on their back or on their side, as we've been seeing. But look at Cole Grieshaber's body. Look at this positioning. Nice and tight, nice and tall. What a great position.
1 minute, 28 seconds for Cole Grieshaber, locks up 40 points, and he gets to talk to Nikki Brazier.
That's an extra 40 points for you there, Cole, on Part B. What about you and your training and your background allowed you to hold that handstand that way?
So I did practice quite a bit whenever I saw that it came out, and I was shocked. Like, it was hard to hold a minute. I think Tina Hills helped me out a lot here, but I think just practicing on the parallettes quite a bit before, under fatigue, not under fatigue, just getting used to it. I will say time flew by.
Okay.
When I was here, does not fly by in training, so it was fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
You starting today in a really great position in that 4th place slot. How is that in comparison to how you expected this competition to go so far?
If I'm being honest, I had a lot of question marks, like the 2 events last night. I feel like you trip on a hurdle, you know, the D-ball just doesn't go your way, and that's 200 points right there. I had some confidence about event 1 and event 2-ish. I thought I'd be top 10 on event 2, but I thought event 1 was going to be one of my best events of the weekend, so it's been interesting. I was hoping to be around 10th, so 4th is a surprise for me. Yeah.
Congrats. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
10 years of competitive gymnastics paying off for Cole Grieshaber as he locks up 40 points for winning Part B. We have updated standings now for the women. And it's Emily Rolfe who is your leader, still at 395 points. Paige Powers has moved up into 2nd place. Elisa Fuliano now sits in 3rd, followed by Danny Spiegel and Sydney McLishan. Emma Carey has fallen from 2nd down to 6th. The next 10 women are all on the right side of the cut line. Sarah Sigmundsdottir lost 4 spots in that last event. She now sits in 12th. And right now, it's Ella Kanonavungar who is the last woman in. We cut down to 20 after the next event. Oyana Moya Oliver is the first woman out, just 1 point out. So a lot needs to be decided in that 5th event when it comes to who will move on to the 200-point 6th and final event later this evening over in Flagler. That's going to wrap things up here at Tina Hills. Have more action to come as we're going to move over to Bayside and finally get the athletes in the water here in Miami. So stay with us as our coverage of the 2023 Tier Wodapalooza continues.
Can't be stopped.
in CrossFit isn't just some strange alchemy. In truth, it's a formula that works. It's the formula for everything we do, from forging elite fitness to preventing and reversing chronic disease. It's the inputs that give us the outcomes, the results that have revolutionized an industry and changed millions of lives across the world for the better.
2 events remain for the elite individuals here on the second and final day of competition for those divisions at the 2023 Tier Wodapalooza. We're back at Bayside for event number 5. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler. Nikki Brazier is out there on the competition floor at Bayside, and we are ready for double shot with a splash. We're getting in the water.
And it's about time. 2 rounds, 50 wall balls, that 20-pound for the ladies, the open water swim, and the 150 drag rope double unders with a 20-minute time cap.
For more on this event, let's send it down to Nikki Brazier.
Guys, we did have a little bit of weather here in Miami, but the good news is it's cleared up. So the event has not changed. For a minute, the event organizers were trying to decide if the water was going to be calm and safe enough to swim in, but as you can see behind me, things have calmed down. The waves have definitely calmed down, and so everybody is ready to get into the water safely.
It wouldn't be Wodapalooza if we didn't have to navigate the weather at some point.
I mean, we're here in the tropics, right? It's Miami.
Here are your overall standings coming into this event. Emily Rolfe is still your overall leader. She has been extremely consistent throughout this competition, except for one finish outside of the top 20. Paige Powers sits in second. Elisa Fuliano is in third. And then it's Danny Spiegel and Sydney Mikulishin rounding out the top 5. Women in the spots 11 through 20, they're on the right side of the cut line right now. We are cutting down to 20 athletes after this event. So Ella Wunger would be the last woman in. She has 263 points. The women you're looking at now, they would be on the outside looking in. Oihana Moya Oliver is just 1 point out. Lexi Neely is 2 points out. So all the women on your screen right now still alive, but they have to do some work here, and that is Lexi Neely, who is trying to get herself back on the right side of the cut line.
You know, and this is a rough event, especially if you're not a swimmer, and every single athlete that comes to Wodapalooza knows that they're going to have to get in the water. It's something they've done every single year that they've come here. So I love the way they put it together. And one of the ways that they always pair the swimming events is with some sort of shoulder disruption, and we start that off with these wall balls. 50 wall balls, heavy wall balls, getting up to that target, so you can see that target that runs the length of the field there. All the athletes are in their swim garb, ready to go, and this is basically a buy-in just to get themselves used to or warmed up before they get into that water.
Cecilia Ramirez is your early leader, along with Lexi Neely and Olivia Kerstetter. Keep an eye on the scoring hat on the top of your screen. The leader's name will have her name highlighted in red. The movement that woman is performing will be listed underneath, and then the amount of reps completed and the amount of reps that need to be complete will be displayed to the right. 50 wall balls to kick things off. Then we're getting in the water for that open water swim. In lane 16, that is Cecilia Ramirez. She, Olivia Kerstetter, Cece Cronin, and Lexi Neely are all on the lead pace, and now Elena Karatala Sanahuya moving up as well. So pretty packed at the beginning of this event here in this first of 2 heats for the elite women. Olivia Kerstetter in the middle of your screen.
This is a great movement for Olivia. I know that Jacob Hepner, her coach, has her doing a lot of wall balls. He loves that wall ball. And then on the left-hand side in the teal color there, we have Lexi Neely doing well on those wall balls and taking some very smart breaks.
Kerstetter just about ready to close things out here along with Lexi Neely. So Kerstetter is done. They have to exit through their lane and then work their way to the water for this open water swim. After this, it's 150 double unders with a heavy rope. And now, Kerstetter with a bloody nose.
Not sure what that came from, but I will say wall balls do have a tendency to pop you in the face if you're not careful. And that target, you know, we can't take it away. There's nothing in front of them. So if you hit the bottom of that targeted strip that's out there, you can get a little off shot that wall ball.
That's Elena Karatala Sanahuya working her way into the water.
You can see Olivia out in the front there asking for directions, trying to figure out which way they're supposed to go. She still doesn't seem very confident in the direction that she's going.
Cece Cronin has also gotten into the water. So Kerstetter, Karatala Sanahuya, and Cronin are your first 3 women in.
Now the athletes are told that they're supposed to do a triangle around the floats that are out in the water. But you can tell there's a lot of uncertainty here with these ladies.
They're trying to get things sorted out in the water here.
Wow, that's really too bad, because I saw the in-water people pointing them into the wrong direction, or pointing them into the direction that was Olivia was trying to go. So this is all about the swim. If you want to do well in this event, it's about the swim. Your second key for success is going to be the swim. And the third is going to be the swim. And the reason for that is not only can you swim, one, but two, can you rest during the swim? So what's your positioning going to be in the water when you're doing the swim? And the third one is going to be that second round, because when you're fatigued and then you have to swim, that's when the swimmers are really going to excel.
There are 3 buoys out there in the water, and they have to go around the white and the pink, not the blue. That was a change that was made from earlier. So it's the white and the pink buoys they need to swim around. So some of these women were either sent the wrong way or did not get that message. We'll have to wait to see when these women emerge from the water to identify them, as they will head to the jump rope after this.
You know, I'm looking at these ladies, at least in the water here, you can see nice and flat. So their bodies, when their body's flat in the water, they're planing in the water, which means they're not pushing any water with their body. They can just pull with their hands and rotate back and forth. So you can see bringing the head up just a spot, but keeping their head nice and low and rotating to the side to get that breath.
So we're being told that Kerstetter, Karatala Sanahuya, and Cece Cronin have all been flagged by scoring, because they were the 3 that were initially sent the wrong way. So that will be addressed when the event is over. That looks like Freya Moosbrugger, who is the first woman out of the water, and she will head towards the heavy rope that is back in her lane. Let's send it down to Nikki Brazier there on the competition floor.
So I have confirmed by the event organizers that every heat will be getting brand new drag ropes. And the reason for that is the floor out here is pretty wet from the rain earlier. And when the drag ropes are wet, they get a little bit slick, and they offer a little bit of extra feedback to the athletes. So rather than give any heat an advantage, every heat will get fresh, dry ropes.
Freya Moosbrugger and Lucia Viretti, the first 2 women on their double unders. 150 reps they need to complete here. Moosbrugger in the blue was the first woman out. Viretti is next to her. As there's our first 3 women now coming out of the water. There is Olivia Kerstetter, and you saw Elena Karatala Sanahuya as well.
And that's a lot of frustration that was happening right here with these athletes. So one of the things, you know, you want to have it go your way as much as possible, but if it doesn't, you have to react as much as you can. Try to keep that frustration down, because I'll tell you what, when you have to go to heavy jump ropes after that, this jump rope is no joke. One, you really have to use your shoulders a lot more. So we've just done wall balls, they've just gotten in the water, and then you are not going to be able to jump or respond, have that rope respond as you normally would with a speed rope. So there's a lot of frustration that can be sitting in here with these ladies.
Well, Freya Moosbrugger right now is your leader on these heavy double unders. She has moved into her second set of 50, along with Lucia Viretti and Lexi Neely on the left side of your screen in the light blue. But even when weather isn't ideal, you still pack this place. It's a great setting down there at Bayside.
You can see all these athletes are having to jump up a lot higher just to make sure that those ropes get underneath them.
Now, Moosbrugger has moved into her final set of 50. Then after this, she'll move back to the wall balls and start round 2.
Great positioning there. Look at that. Arms out to the side, trying to be as relaxed as possible, but she's nice and tall on those jumps, and she's very rhythmic. Doesn't look like she's trying to race those jumps at all, just trying to make them count.
Freya Moosbrugger coming in 24th place overall with 242 total points. She's 21 back of Ella Bungar who is in 20th place. You got to be inside the top 20 after this event in order to advance.
Good thing for Freya, she was one of the better swimmers in the swim event that they had here at the Wodapalooza last year. So this is a great event for her, and she looks really comfortable. Again, going from here to the wall balls and back in the water, so you want to make sure that you can have a really good second swim and get a good time.
Moosbrugger is done, and now she'll move back to the wall ball to start round 2. So she is the leader here in the first of 2 heats for the women, and one of the many women we have in this heat who are trying to get themselves on the right side of the cut line. So Moosbrugger taking some time to dry off her wall ball. There's still a little bit of a drizzle out there, and there's obviously a lot of moisture on the floor. And we are in the second round of Double Shot with a Splash, presented by Samsung. Start with those 50 wall balls, and it's that open water swim in the 150 drag rope double unders.
See Freya looking around behind her just to see where everybody else is. She has a nice lead on the rest of the field. And again, that allows her to take that nice big break going into these wall balls. Now with that wall ball, everyone is used to a 20 and a 14, but the 30-pound and the 20-pound, the heavier wall ball, it does take a lot more out of you. It doesn't seem like much, but it's actually 30% heavier than what they would normally use. So it's a big jump for all these athletes.
Lexi Neely in the light blue has now closed out her first round, and she will join Moosbrugger on the wall balls.
Saw that ball right there with Freya on the left-hand side. I mean, if you catch that ball on the underneath of that scaffolding, that's when it comes down and hits you right in the face.
More women now making their way to the wall ball to start round number 2, the final round of this event. Cece Cronin in lane 8 in the middle in the black is onto the wall ball. She was one of the first women in the water at the end of the last round. But it's Freya Moosbrugger, who's in the all blue in that blue and green swim cap, who is your leader right now. She was the first woman to start round number 2. Lexi Neely is next to her. Neely in 22nd place overall in the light blue, 261 points. She's only 2 points back of Unger for that 20th and final spot inside the cut line.
And Lexi Neely has been looking fantastic. She was also in that debacle on that first round of trying to figure out which direction to go. So the fact that she was able to make her way around the swim and be right up here in that second place position right behind Freya is a great spot for her to be in.
Coming up on 12 minutes here in this event. It's a 20-minute time cap.
And we're seeing a lot of big breaks by all the women that are here on the floor. And again, that's just trying to keep that heart rate down before they get into the water. See Freya cleaning up, so that's a good finish for her. And I think she was breaking like sets of 10, which I don't think is a unsmart plan at all, just to make sure she can really emphasize that swim segment.
Elena Karatala Sanahuya is in second, followed by Chloe Carano in third. Lexi Neely, Olivia Kerstetter, Cece Cronin, and Miriam Cruvette are also on the wall balls, along with Veretti and now Victoria Campos. There goes Freya Moosbrugger. Freya Moosbrugger, who made her individual CrossFit Games debut last August, took 32nd overall. This is her second individual appearance at Wodapalooza and did extremely well last year in the swim event. Moosberger on the left, she is your leader, heading towards that white buoy. And now it's Elena Karatala-Sanahuya in lane 17, working her way back to the water.
Wow, you
She's
can
about
see,
45 seconds back.
and you can see just how painful those 50 wall balls were for that second set.
Elena Karatala-Sanahuya in 30th place overall. And she's got to make up 73 points on Woomber to get herself inside the cut line.
Wow, Freya looks fantastic up there in the front. You see her up there in the top right-hand side of your screen. Look how flat she is in the water. The way she's timing her breath and the evenness of her stroke from each arm is just really allowing her to move through that water.
Chloe Carano is moving into the water now, behind Karatala-Sanahuya. Moosberger is getting ready to make the turn back to the shore. She'll work her way around that pink buoy, and then she will be done once she crosses the finish line. And Olivia Kerstetter looks to be the next woman into the water, and remember, she stands to get some time back because she was among that group that got sent the wrong way on that first swim. Lexi Neely, Lucia Veretti, and Miriam Couvret will be the next women in the water after Olivia Kerstetter, followed by Cece Cronin. But that is your leader, Freya Moosberger, who is way ahead of Elena Karatala-Sanahuya and Chloe Carano.
You know, this is really the whole, this is why I made the keys. It's all about the swim. If you have any sort of swim ability, then you are going to do really, really well in this event. I mean, you can tell Freya's not going crazy on the wall balls, and she's just hanging in there on the jump rope, but she's really making her move on those swim portions.
Moosberger has got to get back to her lane or get across the finish line in order for time to stop. And she will head back to her lane, and then that's when time will be triggered after she does her double unders. 150 double unders now for Freya Moosberger. Got to get those in, just can't skip them. Behind Freya Moosberger are Elena Karatala-Sanahuya and Chloe Carano. They're on the right side of your screen. Karatala-Sanahuya in the dark blue swim cap in front, and Chloe Carano is behind her. So now 150 weighted double unders for Freya Moosberger, and she is in the initial parts of that set of 150. She will advance with every 50 reps.
Sean, this is what I was talking about, the level of, if you have the swim ability, how much further ahead of the field you'll be.
So first 50 reps done for Moosberger.
Your second and third finishers in this heat, I mean, they are struggling in the water. And if that's going to be the case, and you're number two, I mean, if you have any swim ability, you're going to be up towards the top. Because, I mean, that just shows how much more work they had to do compared to Freya. Freya was basically resting on the swim event.
Here comes Elena Karatala-Sanahuya, followed by Chloe Carano. I'm not sure why Karatala-Sanahuya is heading back down the ramp. Pardon me, that was someone who looked just like her. My fault. That's an athlete who's just finishing up and then moving into the water for the first time. Here comes Olivia Kerstetter, who again will get some time back in her final result. Moosberger has 50 reps to go now on the drag rope. So Lexi Neely is on the left side of your screen. Remember, she along with Moosberger are trying to get inside that cut line, and Lexi Neely is extremely close to it. She has 261 total points. She's only 2 points back of Ella Unger. And Unger is in the next heat.
So all these women have to be thinking about that. Not only racing the people in their heat here, but the people that are in that next heat. I'll tell you, the swim, this is the one that can throw. You could have an athlete in this first heat that's going to throw a wrench in the heat in the leaderboard for that next heat. So all of these ladies have to really keep pushing all the way through, especially if they're on the cut line for someone like Neely.
And Freya Moosbrugger is in. Freya Moosbrugger, 18 minutes, 8.95 seconds. And here are your standings after 4 events as far as the cut line is concerned. Wunger on the right side of that, but look how close it is. The next two athletes right below her. Oliver and Neely. Just 2 points separate 20th from 22nd. And Lexi Neely right now is in second place in this heat, behind Freya Moosbrugger. Moosbrugger is back a little farther. She is in 24th place with 242 points, so she has 21 points to make up on Wunger. Elena Karatala-Sanahuya is trying to get through as many double unders as she possibly can and maybe get herself across the finish line, but she is going to have to hurry. She has 30 seconds remaining before we hit the time cap. And next to her in lane 18 in the black shorts is Mirakin Couvret. And then on the left side of your screen, Cecilia Ramirez Villamel. 10 seconds remaining as Karatala-Sanahuya is trying to get herself across the finish line. And she will not make it. Freya Moosbrugger is the only woman to complete this event inside the time cap. Now, Lexi Neely got close. And we still had some women in the water, but Freya Moosbrugger coming in 24th place overall, really doing herself some favors by winning that heat as we take a look at our rain total body fuel replay.
You know, so Olivia Christoder came off the wall balls looking powerful, just Rocky style with bloody nose and all making it into the water. Had a little bit of a debacle trying to figure out where to go after that, where Freya Moosbrugger was able to make that pull into that lead position and really use the swimming to her benefit. Just hammered the rest of the field with that. In fact, so well that she was able to basically take a lot of breaks on all of the other movements with the wall balls and the jump rope. But that swim just gave her so much of a cushion that she could walk herself across the finish line there.
And right now, Freya Moosbrugger is the only woman to finish. Lexi Neely's score is not correct. She did not get across the finish line. She still had double unders remaining. Moosbrugger, 18:08.95 seconds will be the top time heading into heat number 2, and then we have to see where everything else sorts out. So a lot needs to be decided as far as that cut line is concerned, but the fact that Moosbrugger finished that event will certainly help her as she looks to get inside the top 20 as we cut down to 20 athletes for the 6th and final event tonight that will take place over at Flagler. So one heat remains here for the women in event number 5, double shot with a splash. And as you said multiple times, Bill, it just comes down to what you can do in the water. I mean, if you're somewhat proficient in that part, this is going to play out pretty well for you. Take a look at Bayside as they get the floor reset. Now the sun's starting to peek through a little bit, as is customary in Florida. We had our afternoon
a light
shower,
drizzling,
and then
just to cool everybody off.
Like I said, it wouldn't be Wodapalooza if you didn't have to deal with some sort of weather. I mean, last year we had the same issue on the final day. And,
that's right.
You know, we were hoping to get through unscathed this weekend, but on day number 2, the rain shows up and throws a little bit of a wrench into things. And we are getting set now for the 2nd and final heat for the elite women in event 5 of 6. Glad you're with us here on day 2 of the elite individual competition in Miami, Florida for the 2023 Tier Wodapalooza. It's double shot with a splash at Bayside, one of the iconic settings here at this competition. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler. Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. And this one, again, there's some other work in there, but it's all about what you do in the middle part.
That's right. We got wall balls and double unders. That's true. But it all comes down to that open water swim. We'll do this for 2 rounds, which I really like the fact that they have to get into the water twice like that.
Here are your overall standings coming into the event. Emily Rolfe continues to lead. She has 395 total points. Paige Powers sits in second, 3 points up on Fuliano for third. Ella Wunger is the last woman in right now. She sits in 20th place with 263 points, but we saw Freya Moosbrugger and Lexi Neely try to improve their positions and leapfrog her for that final spot inside the cut line. Let's send it down to Nikki Brazier there at Bayside.
Talking about being on the outside of that cut line, looking in, Oliver, the athlete behind me, is currently sitting in 21st place. And now she's an athlete who's typically known for her weightlifting capabilities, not quite so much for her cardio or longer style events. So she's really going to need to rise to the occasion here at Bayside if she's going to want to make it inside of that cut line.
Moyana Moya Oliver in 21st place, just 1 point back. And 3 women who are immediately in front of her and also trying to keep themselves inside the cut line. Lanes 17, 18, and 19, Elizabeth Wishart, Ella Wunger, who sits in 20th, and Caitlin Van Zyl, who is in 23rd.
Seconds. Stand by.
Final heat is underway. 18 minutes, 8.95 seconds is the time to beat from Freya Moosbrugger. She was the only woman in heat number 1 to complete the entirety of this event inside the 20-minute time cap.
So we start off with that 50 wall balls, heavy wall balls up to that target. And again, you know, we can't not mention how odd it is to throw to a floating target like that. Most of the time you can set your hand out, kind of gauge your distance against the wall of the target, but these women have to just kind of step into it and get that feel right off the gate, or right out of the gate there. All these women, this is one of those events that with the number that you have, all of them can do this unbroken, but again, they don't want to be hurting it that much as they get into the water.
And the 3 women on your screen, 2 of them are on the right side of the cut line. Elizabeth Wishart and Ella Wunger, who are on the right side. Wunger is in the middle, Wishart is on the right, and then Caitlin Van Zyl on the left. She's on the outside looking in right now. She's in 23rd place behind Lexi Neely. Van Zyl with 259 total points has got to make up 4 points on Wunger. But depending on where they finish, that could be 1 or 2 people between the 2 of them in the final results in this event.
And I think, you know, the fact that we are seeing athletes putting the ball down and taking a break is very smart, because you want your heart rate to be down before you hit the water. A lot of athletes don't want to have swimmers in front of them because they don't want to be in a group and be kicked and be dragged on and all of those types of things. So they want to try to rush to get out to the front. But if you're not a good enough swimmer, it's not going to really help you out.
Well, Danny Spiegel is just about done with her 50 wall balls. She and Paige Powers, along with Emma Tall, will be among the first into the water. And there goes Spiegel, followed by Paige Powers. Powers with a swimming background, as well as Emma Tall. So those will be 2 women to watch here when they get into the water. They should move very well through this portion of the event. Sarah Sigmundsdottir in the all black. Emily Rolfe, your leader, just passed out of view. But it is Danny Spiegel followed by Paige Powers, and there goes Emma Tall.
And look at Emma Tall in the black, right behind Danny Spiegel in the pink cap. You can see Emma is really zeroing in on that target. Nice long strokes that she's able to make her way through. And look at the body positioning. Body positioning is huge right here as they make their way around that buoy. And you can see all of the swimmers are really just pushing Danny Spiegel out to the outside there, because they know what they need to do to get their body moving. Danny's hanging tough, but man, You know, we talked about it before. I'll say it again. Every single swim event that comes up, it all comes down to your swimming ability. Look how flat these women are on the screen. Nice long strokes, keeping their head down to keep their hips up. And if they don't have that, they're going to be one of the other women that are towards the back that are really struggling to do work.
Elizabeth Wishart is in the lead right now. Wishart, remember, came in 19th place overall, trying to keep herself on the right side of the cut line here. She's in the all-yellow white swim cap.
Real smart turn that Wishart did. You saw her go to her backstroke as she made her turn around that buoy, just to get an eye of where the other swimmers were. Look at that.
Elizabeth Wishart was in first and is leading. Ohana Moya Oliver, the woman who was just one spot out, was the last woman to get into the water. She is in danger of falling outside of the top 20. After this, it's those 150 drag rope double unders as the field has started to spread out a little bit. So Wishart will be the first woman out, followed by, I believe that's Paige Powers, and then Emma Tall.
And Sean, those are all swimmers. They all have swimming history and background, so obviously they're going to be up to the front. What's really interesting now is, again, you know, we talked about swimming events and having that shoulder distraction event. Wall balls, yes, but you cannot discount the amount of shoulder issue on that drag rope. It's heavy, and you really have to force that around. And I mean, if you see Danny Spiegel there, she's getting a little dizzy. She's coming up that ramp.
So Sarah Sigma's daughter was after Emma Tall out of the water, followed by Danny Spiegel, Emily Rolfe, Brittany Weiss, Andrea Nisler, Amy Kringle, Caitlin Van Zyl, and then Sydney Wells. It's Paige Powers closest to the camera. She and Emma Tall, who's in the purple and white swim cap in the middle of the floor, first two women out. They are very safe as far as the cut line is concerned. Now here comes Danny Spiegel. And Elizabeth Wishart on the far side of the floor in the neon green top and white swim cap. Now middle of your screen, 19th place coming in. 19th place, so she was one spot safe, but this performance should help her right now. Once again, look at the cut line. Ella Wunger, who is next to Elizabeth Wishart on the right side. Can't see her right now. Is the last woman in. There's Caitlin Van Zyl, who's also trying to work herself into the final 20.
You know, when the athletes are coming out of the water, a lot of them are moving really, really well. And as they're rolling back and forth, there's a tendency to get a little bit dizzy when you go from water to the transition. So you can see the ramp here, it's starting, it is floating out into the water. So there is a bobble to it. You can see Danny Spiegel right there in the red cap struggling to get her way up, and she's right on the side as that floating ramp is just kind of bobbling back and forth. And it's really hard for her to just get that balance coming out of that rotation and out of the water.
There is Danny Spiegel. She works her way through her first set of 150 double unders with the drag rope. Spiegel, no problem as far as making the cut is concerned. Currently sits in fourth place overall with 366 points. Paige Powers, your leader right now in this second heat. Powers in second place overall with 373 points. She's only 22 points back of Emily Rolfe, who is right next to her in the white swim cap.
I love Paige's positioning on these jumps. She's not trying to race these jumps. She's jumping up nice and tall, keeping her body as elongated as possible and trying to relax those arms so you can see them right out to the side. You know, and again, trying to use her forearms to move that rather than using her shoulders.
Top three on your screen on the right is Brittany Weiss. She currently sits in third place in the heat. Paige Powers and Emily Rolfe leading as well. And if you're wondering where they are in relation to Freya Moosbrugger split after round one was 8 minutes, 30 seconds, and Paige Powers is now a minute ahead of that time as she moves back to the wall balls along with Brittany Weiss to start round two. So Right now, Paige Powers getting some help from Brittany Weiss as far as cutting into Emily Rolfe's lead is concerned.
I'll tell you, Brittany Weiss there on the left-hand side with the white cap, she made up a ton of distance getting back up to that top spot into this next round.
Amy Kringle on the left side of your screen, the far left, has started her wall balls as well. And now Emily Rolfe next to Paige Powers onto her second set of 50 wall balls. Brittany Weiss looks to be a handful of reps ahead of Paige Powers. Weiss through 17 reps, Powers is through 11. Powers really hasn't taken a ton of breaks here.
I was going to say, that's a nice big chunk of reps for Paige. And what I've liked is that she's being smart about the wetness on that ball. She's drying her hands. The last break that she had, she did have a little bit of a bobble, and I think she was all prepared to think like, okay, next break I'm drying this thing off. Emily Rolfe looks amazing there. And the white cap, again, smart breaks, deciding when to break to keep that heart rate down as much as possible before they get back in the water.
We'll have to wait for judges' hands to get in the air, as we're obviously having a little bit of an issue with our scoring system. There's a 20-minute time cap. We're not even at the halfway point yet, past 9 minutes. Only one woman was able to complete this event inside the time cap in heat number 1, and that was Freya Moosbrugger at 18 minutes, 8.95 seconds. Brittany Weiss has 10 reps left. Then she'll head back to the swim.
And I tell you, I think that is the pivotal point of this entire event. First round, okay, everyone can kind of make their way through, but that second time that you have to get into the water when you're tired, man, that's a tough road to hoe right there.
There goes Brittany Weiss, who is done with her second set of 50.
This is smart, you know, trying to catch that breath, slow that heart rate down, even though you know you have people behind you, because you really have to make your move now in the swim, especially when you know you have swimmers like Paige Powers on your tail.
Paige Powers will be the second woman into the water behind Brittany Weiss, and Powers, the good news for her is she's ahead of Emily Rolfe, so Powers looking to carve some points off of Rolfe's lead heading into the sixth and final event tonight, and there are 200 points up for grabs tonight when we move over to Flagler. There's Amy Kringle, who is done, and she will be the third woman into the water for the second and final time. And the leaders in this heat are well ahead of Freya Moosbrugger's pace from heat number 1. And Paige Powers looks like she has already caught Brittany Weiss. Powers is in the black swim cap. Weiss is in the white. Emily Rolfe is getting into the water. Not sure who that was ahead of her, but Paige Powers does have a couple people between herself and Emily Rolfe now. This is the fight for the lead in the heat as Paige Powers has passed Brittany Weiss.
You know, it's the difference in that stroke. Look at those long arms of Paige Powers. Really reaching out there, whereas it's a much shorter stroke with Brittany Weiss back with the white swim cap.
Sarah Sigmundsdottir was right after Emily Rolfe into the water. It was Caitlin Van Zyl who preceded Emily Rolfe down the ramp. And then Andrea Nisler has just started her swim along with Danny Spiegel. But these are your leaders, Paige Powers in the black swim cap and Brittany Weiss in the white. Less than 8 minutes to go before we hit the time cap.
And they are really putting the pressure on the rest of the field. I mean, look at what I like about this is that Paige out in the front is she realizes that she needs to get not just ahead of Emily, but get some help from the rest of the field. So she's trying to put as much distance as she can, not just riding her lead, but really putting the pressure down, putting the pedal down to try to get as many other people in between there as they can.
Now Paige Powers is going to have to navigate her way through some traffic as she makes her way back up the ramp. She will be first ahead of Brittany Weiss. Caitlin Van Zyl looked like she was still ahead of Emily Rolfe as Van Zyl has made the turn around the pink buoy. Here comes Brittany Weiss, and there goes Paige Powers back to the drag rope for 150 reps.
So we have Paige just really looking dominant now as she's made her way back to the heavy drag rope. But what really is that pressure is the ability of her swim efficiency. Look at this. As she's making her way up on Brittany Weiss, just the length of her stroke, whereas Brittany Weiss is having to do 2 for every 1 stroke of Paige. Look at that long stroke, and she just moves her way right past Brittany Weiss. Man, beautiful swim stroke.
Paige Powers is cranking away on those double unders, but Brittany Weiss is doing extremely well on this movement right now. She's looking to move ahead of Powers. Powers has just advanced into her second set of 50. Now Weiss advancing as well.
And Weiss is just, I mean, her technique on the double unders is impeccable. Now you can see Powers on the right-hand side. She's just trying to make them count. That's why she doesn't have a lot of speed. But look at the tempo of Brittany Weiss. So fast tempo on the swim for Brittany was not helpful, but it is definitely helpful on the ropes because she's making every single one of those reps count, almost 2 for 1 against Paige Powers.
Emily Rolfe now on the right side of your screen has started her final set of double unders. Rolfe, your overall leader, over Paige Powers, who sits in second place. So Powers is trying to creep closer. Hannah Moya Oliver on the bottom left-hand your side of your screen, the woman who sat in 21st place, just left for her swim. 18:08.25 seconds, the time to beat. And Freya Moosberger, she was the only woman in heat number 1 to finish this event inside the 20-minute time cap. That should not be a problem for Paige Powers or Brittany Weiss on the left side of your screen. Powers still ahead of Weiss here.
You can tell that heavy rope is really starting to take its effect on Brittany Weiss. She moves so fast, and she's really moving the tempo of that rope so much that there's a lot of shoulder work that's going into that. So when she comes down to rest, you can see her just try to really relax those shoulders as much as possible.
Andrea Nisler back there in the blue swim cap is on her final set as Paige Powers gets herself across the finish line and gets an event win. And now we will see if she'll get any help from Brittany Weiss. Powers will make up at least 5 points on Emily Rolfe. 15:44.13 seconds for Powers. About 2 minutes and 45 seconds faster. Wait, that 2 minutes and 15 seconds faster than Freya Moosberger. And there is Brittany Weiss. So that will be 10 points that Paige Powers will pick up on Emily Rolfe. We still have a battle going on for the cut line. There is Caitlin Van Zyl, who is on her final set of double unders, ahead of Elizabeth Wishart, who is in the yellow. That's good news for Caitlin Van Zyl because she's in 23rd place with 259 points. Hannah Moya Oliver is in the way back of the pack here in heat number 2. That's good news for Van Zyl. And remember, Lexi Neely was not able to finish the event inside the time cap, so Van Zyl looking like she is going to leapfrog into the top 20 here. There is Amy Kringle in lane number 2 on the left side. The two of them, the leaders on the floor right now. Sarah Sigmundsdottir is also there. You can see her behind Caitlin Van Zyl on the right side. She's not wearing a swim cap, white shoes though. That is Sarah Sigmundsdottir going through her 150 double unders. Less than 3 minutes to go here.
That'll be huge for Sarah Sigmundsdottir as well. You know, and she always does well in the swim events is for these competitions, so this is a great position for her to make up some of those points.
There is Sarah Sigmundsdottir just laboring through these final reps. There is Emily Rolfe, who is working on her shins, maybe cramping a little bit now. Trying to get through these double unders. So Amy Kringle has gotten across the finish line, as has Caitlin Van Zyl. And now Paige Powers is creeping closer to Emily Rolfe in the overall standings. Rolfe, I don't know if it's a shin splint or if it's a cramp, but she is not picking the rope back up. Now Paige Semenza looks like she came across. Emma Carey, I believe, is done as well. And now there goes Sigmund's daughter. So Paige Powers looks to be your new overall leader after this event. Elizabeth Wishart in the neon yellow top, and then Sydney Wells is there. Emma Tall just finishing. So Wishart is in big trouble when it comes to the cut line right now, although she does get inside the time cap. So that will help as far as battling the women in the prior heat. Now Emily Rolfe is not working. There is something wrong with Emily Rolfe right now. You saw her stretching out her lower legs.
I mean, it could be a calf issue. Just tightening up is very possible. It looks like she's trying to stretch something out. I mean, I've had that happen myself. If you get into a jump rope and all of a sudden you just get that little tiny pull and just starts to tug. You know, she's calling. She's already signed in her card. I mean, I would have thought maybe even to do some sort of a single, do them one at a time to get somewhere, you know, further across. But the good thing for her in her placement is, one, she had a decent-sized cushion. So, you know, where she's going to fall, we don't really know. But there were a lot of ladies in that first heat that did not finish as well. So even with this finish and stopping ahead of time, she still could be somewhere in the middle of the pack.
Paige Powers only trailed Emily Rolfe by 22 points. Powers is going to win the event and pick up 100, and she's got a ton of people between herself and Emily Rolfe right now, as we are just 15 seconds away from the time cap. We will have to wait and see what is wrong with Emily Rolfe, but it's disappointing for her. But Paige Powers, talking with Sydney Michalician right there, and Powers looks like she will be the overall leader heading into the sixth and final event. We also have to see how things sort out as far as the cut line is concerned. We saw Caitlin Van Zyl with a really solid result. She was in 23rd place coming in. She looks to get inside the top 20. Then Freya Moosbrugger from the first heat, the fact that she was able to finish inside the time cap should help her cause as well.
You know, we talked about how important the swim element was, and the swimmers definitely came out to play in this event. So we started off coming off the wall balls with Danny Spiegel, just crushing the wall balls, getting her way into the water, followed closely by Paige Powers. And Paige would just, once she got into that water, it was all over. All the swimmers came out. Wizard came out. Paige Powers came out. And then it was, if you did well in that first swim, that led you into the second round. And if you had any sort of swimming ability, which was Paige Powers and Brittany Weiss, you can see Paige Powers really using the length of her stroke. We talked about this earlier, about how efficient she is and really being able to make up all that distance on Brittany Weiss. Put her out in the front and then nice and comfortably made her way across that finish line with those that last set of 150 drag ropes.
That is your Rain Total Body Fuel replay as Amy Kringle got across the finish line. Send it down to Nikki Brazier with Paige Powers.
Paige, there were a lot of different complicated elements to this workout. Take me back through all of these movements. How did you attack them?
So my plan was to attack the wall balls on the first set because we do wall balls all the time and I'm pretty comfortable at that weight. There presented some difficulties with the ball already being wet, but the first 50 went pretty smooth, and then just, I know for me I'm a good swimmer, so swimming was like kind of like a moderate pace where I could keep my breath and then just to attack the double under smart. So it got a little tricky with the slippery wall balls, but yeah, other than that I executed how I wanted to. So.
And we did see you shine in the water, and it got a little bit dicey out there. There were a lot of girls fighting for that top spot. What was it like for you in the water?
It was pretty tricky. The girls got a little aggressive out there, I will say. But I mean, hey, good for them. We were all good swimmers up there in the front. So we kind of just like attacked it, and you know, we knew that was our strength. So whether you wanted to play it aggressive or, you know, I was kind of just doing my own thing out there, and that worked for me. So yeah.
Congrats. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, here come the fellas.
Paige Powers with the event win and likely to be your overall leader heading into the final event of the day. 15:44.13 seconds, the winning time for Paige Powers. Brittany Weiss will take second. And it was Amy Kringle in third and Caitlin Van Zyl really helping her cause as far as getting inside the top 20 and surviving that cut. Will take fourth, and Emma Carey finishes fifth. 12 women finishing this event inside the time cap. We're still figuring out the total points here. Do not have the updated standings for you, but again, it does look like Paige Powers will be your overall leader as we head over to Flagler for the sixth and final event for the elite individual women. Time to bring out the men now for event number 5. Double shot with a splash on the second and final day of competition for the elite individuals here at the 2023 Tier Wodapalooza from Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler. Nikki Brazier's down on the competition floor as we are ready for double shot with a splash presented by Samsung.
So that 2 rounds of 50 wall balls for the 30-pound ball for the men. That open water swim that we just saw earlier. 150 drag rope reps on the double unders. And look at that, Sean, the skies, clouds are gone. We're sunny again. I love it.
Here are your overall standings coming into the event. It's Ricky Garrard, who now has a 31-point lead on Pat Vellner for the top spot in the standings. Roman Krennikov sits in third, followed by Cole Griesaber. Luke Parker right now would be the last man in after the cut. He sits in 20th place with 241 points. Sam Paquin also has 241, but it's Parker because of a tie break. Right now, that man, Guy Mayeros, on the wrong side of the cut line. Mayeros actually has to say the right side. He's in 18th place, but still has some work to do to keep himself inside the top 20. Mayeros, with that solid performance in the first part of event number 4, got himself inside the top 20. We started with those 50 wall balls.
You're right, and that wasn't just a big lift overall. It was big for him because it took him from literally, you know, in the upper 20s to 30s up into this 18th position. So he really needed this to get himself above that cut line. But we go from a 1 rep max where he is very, very powerful to an endurance type event with the swimming. So it's going to be really tough to see what he does.
Let's go down to Nikki Brazier with more on Guy Mayeros.
You guys are absolutely right. Guy made some monster moves today from that 30th place to up inside the cut line at 18th. It'll be interesting to see how he handles this event, but history is on his side. He did win the swimming event at the Copa Sur in Brazil, and also, if you remember, he won the wall ball event at the Games. So it'll be interesting to see if he can pull out all the stops here and keep his spot within the cut line.
The leaders in this heat right now are through 30 reps and counting. Thiago Luzas in lane 16. He and Ray Romanek are your early leaders as they approach the 40 rep mark, along with Arthur Semenov and Augustin Riquelme.
You know, and all these athletes right now just are being relaxed. Yeah, we're coming up. If you go unbroken with the wall balls, you're going to be somewhere in around that 145, 2-minute range. And so we should be seeing some guys starting to come off the wall, starting to see some hands up now. This is where we get to where it gets important, is what kind of swimming ability do you have once you hit that water?
So Guy Mayeros is done. He'll be the 4th man into the water. He's behind Arthur Semenov. Augustin Riquelme was there. So Guy Mayeros, there's Mason. And Thiago Luzas was the man behind Arthur Semenov. Then Augustin Riquelme, Guy Mayeros, Fernando Lanza, Mason Paquin, Heinrich Happelainen, Ray Romanek, and then Benjamin Gutierrez. Now just about every single man is done with his first set of 50 wall balls. Same course for the men, as it is for the women. White and pink buoys and back, and Rubbin is racing here.
Yeah, 100%. These guys are on top of each other. So, you know, we know that one of the main things you need to be good at in this particular event is the swim, because if you aren't good, you're going to get run over like we just saw there. So even though we have a lot of guys in the water at one time, those that have the efficiency in the stroke are going to move their way up to the faster here. If you are good at swimming, you're going to do good at this event, because the keys to success are just that. Swim in technique, swim in ability, and swim in efficiency. So you see all kinds of different strokes that are happening. Those that are having to do the breaststroke are going to get stuck to the back. They just don't have a chance. But all these guys out here in the front, as long as they can keep track and keep the perfection of that form, man, they're going to really put a lot of distance between them and the rest of the field.
The men in this heat, the majority of them are trying to get inside that top 20 to make it into the 6th and final event. Luke Parker is the last guy in right now. He is in 20th place with 241 points. And then Samuel Paquin is on the outside looking in. He has 241 points as well, but the tie break goes to Parker. So Paquin trying to get himself into the top 20. Guimayeros is one of the first four men out of the water. It's good for Guy, who sits in 18th place overall. And Atkinson Riquelme. And Paquin was the first man out of the water. He is the first man to start his 150 double unders on the far side of the floor.
You know, and Sean, we were talking about how important it is for Paquin because he's right on that line. So he needs to have a good showing here. Did great on the swim, so this is an event that he needs. And I tell you what, I think this is, as far as my recollection of all the competitions that I've been to, I don't think I've ever been to a competition where the cut is at the swim. So basically, if you don't do well in the swim, you may be leaving for the weekend.
So Ray Romanek and Guimayeros were second and third behind Paquin out of the water, followed by Riquelme, Thiago Luzes, Fernando Laneza, and then it was Peter Mason after that. Let's go back down to Nikki for an update.
It wouldn't be Miami without a little bit of weather to deal with, guys, and we did have some rain earlier today. Now, the event organizers were thinking about changing this event up to accommodate for the rain, but at the end of the day, the water stayed calm enough to allow the athletes to still do that swim. What they have done is they have brought in new drag ropes for each and every heat so that the ropes stay dry. And the reason for that is if the ropes get wet, they could get slick, and the athletes may feel a little bit more feedback from the ropes. So to make sure that it's an even playing field for everyone, everyone's got brand new dry drag ropes for each and every heat.
That's Fernando Laneza, who was the 6th man out of the water, going through his set of 150 double unders. Laneza in 30th place overall, 208 points. He's got to make up 33 points on Luke Parker to get himself into the top 20. There's Guimayeros, who is your leader right now in this heat on his 3rd and final set of 50 double unders in round number 1. He has 249 points. Sam Paquin is among the leaders here in this heat as well. He is in 21st place because of a tie break with Luke Parker.
I tell you, Guy looks fantastic on these drag ropes. Strong in the water, so there's no problem there. And I love the nice chunks of reps he's able to get with these double unders. I mean, look at that. He's, not, again, not trying to over-race it, just trying to make sure that he gets them, no misses, but rather stops when he chooses to stop.
You saw the cut line, and Cam Crockett was one of the guys on that cut line. He was 22nd, but right now he is towards the back of the pack in this heat. Closing out round number 1 here. Guimayeros on his final set of 50 drag ropes. And in lane 14, it's Fernando Laneza who is going back to his wall balls in the purple shorts as he will begin round number 2. Guimayeros had one more rep, and he's going to move back. Next to him is Heinrich Happelainen. Happelainen is on his second round of wall balls. And Paquin is now back to the wall balls. And here comes Agustin Riquelme on the left side of your screen. So Sam Paquin, who you're looking at now, is really doing himself some favors as he looks to stay alive and compete in the 6th and final event tonight. 21st place overall because of the tiebreak with Luke Parker, and he's putting some pressure on Parker.
I mean, you just can't get much closer than that, Sean. You below the line because of a tiebreak. But the fact that Sam Paquin is up in the front pack here going into the second round, and again, being very smart about how he was handling that wall ball, nice and drying it off. But when you get him in the water, that's when he was really able to make his move. So he needs to have not just a decent event here, but he needs to really kind of put the pedal to the metal, because we have, again, some other great athletes in the next heat that will be coming up that he needs to gain some points from.
There's Guimayeros.
And again, look how strong he's able to move that ball. So wall ball is not an issue with him. The fact that he has those nice strong legs really makes and he's got his height, definitely helps in the wall balls. But again, I think I'm most impressed with how he is in the water. You get him to the water, and even though he said he hasn't been training as hard as what he normally would be doing, or actually he said he hasn't been doing a whole lot of anything, he doesn't need a whole lot of conditioning once he hits water because he's just so efficient with his movement.
So next to Guy on the left side of your screen, the black shorts and the goggles on his forehead, is Heinrich Happelainen. Sam Paquin is in the final stages of the set of 50. I believe he has less than 10 to go, taking a second to dry off his wall ball. Next to him is Ray Romanek, who is also trying to stay alive and move on to the final event. Lane 14, Fernando Laneza will be the first man to move. And he will head back to the water. So Laneza came in 30th place overall with 208 points. Got to make up 33 on Luke Parker in 20th to live to fight another day after this event. Really putting himself in good position here to have a shot to do just that. Now here comes Guimayeros.
Again, Guy trying to bring that heart rate down, relax everything before he goes in the water. And one of the biggest things about being in the water is not trying to hold your breath. So the last thing you want to do when you're tired is try to hold your breath. So it's really important that when you have your face down, you're blowing out. And then when you turn your head to breathe, you can actually breathe. All the swimmers will be able to have that ability. Look at that. I can't really tell if there are bubbles going out right now, but his head is down, and at least he's breathing when he's turned it to the side, and keeping a nice flat position.
20-minute time cap here. This is the second and final round. Fernando Laneza was your leader into the water.
Ooh, and Paquin made that nice turn past Guy right there at the buoy. And again, you can see Paquin, he's right in the middle between your two leaders, or between your leader and between Guy in the back on the left. Look at how he is just really pulling with each one of those strokes. Nice long reach. And the other thing, if you look, he's not kicking really hard. A lot of the kick, a lot of athletes want to use that thinking that that's going to be all their acceleration. And it's decent acceleration, but it also takes a lot of power out of you. So look at that. Nice, relaxed kick by Sam Paquin right in the front, who's your new leader. Guy right behind him, making that, moving into that second place position. Again, also with a soft kick as they come into that final buoy.
It's Paquin, Majeros, and Laneza, your top three. Whoever's on that yacht has got a great view of what's going on.
Hey,
here.
that's mine. What do you,
They parked it for you?
I told them that they could use it out there just to get some nice shots.
All right, y'all, if you were here with us at Bayside, when you see these athletes get out of the water, that means they have 150 double unders and they're done. I need you to get.
And look at the distance between your swimmers out in the water and the rest of the field. Again, this entire event, anytime the Tier Wodapalooza has a swimming event, if you have swimming skill, you almost have an event in the bag. And that's something that all the athletes, doesn't even matter what division you come in, any division, if you're coming to Wodapalooza, you have to have that swim.
Here goes Guy Majeros out of the water as some men are working their way in. And there's Sam Paquin just ahead of Guy Majeros. The two of them looking really good here in the first of these two heats of event 5. One event remains after this. It will be over in Flagler, and there are 200 points on the line, but we cut down to 20 athletes after this event. Two men on their final set of 150 double unders. It's Sam Paquin on the right and Guy Majeros on the left. Being joined in the booth now by Dave Newman from RX Smart Gear. How you doing, man? It's great seeing you.
Hey, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. My voice is a little rough, but thanks for having me.
Glad you're here, and thank you so much for providing these drag ropes for the athletes.
Oh, I'm enjoying this a lot.
Hey Dave, I gotta ask, why did you grab those drag ropes, and what unique thing does it set up for these athletes here in this event?
Well, you know, when we created the drag rope, we knew that it would. Thank you. We knew that it would test your, or I should say, expose your inefficiency first, and then it's going to test your fitness. So it's just there's so much drag. It wasn't meant to be a heavy rope. It was meant to just have a lot of drag and not a lot of responsiveness. So it forced the athlete to, really articulate the rope. So yeah, I'm really having fun watching all the different techniques out there and the different muscle groups at work.
You know, one of the things that they did was they changed the rope out because of the wetness out on the floor. Does that change how the rope responds, and if it does, how?
Yeah, so, a little bit of wetness is going to probably make the rope a little denser and a little bit easier to travel, but it'll also make it heavier, so I don't know that that's necessarily better. Yeah, but these guys are moving it pretty well.
You see a lot of the athletes are coming down after a sets of whatever number that they're doing, and I think it probably averages around like a 10 to 15 number. They come down and they just bend over, like trying to relax those shoulders. It's incredible how much that is affected after the swim.
Yeah, the stack up of that from that and wall ball is pretty intense.
Guy Majeros is among the leaders, along with Fernando Laneza, who's in the purple shorts on the upper right-hand part of your screen. Guy is on the bottom left, and then on the upper right, on the far side of the floor, now middle of your screen, is Sam Paquin, who, again, is on the outside looking in as far as the cut line is concerned because of a tie break with Luke Parker. Took a look to his right to see what Guy Majeros was doing. They advance every 50 reps. But Guy Majeros is getting set to finish as he is across. So Majeros is going to win heat number 1, 16:12.16 seconds unofficially for Majeros, as Laneza on the left side of your screen is now in. He'll take second place. We'll wait for his time. And here's Sam Paquin, who should be the next man to finish up.
Man, he's really forcing those last couple of reps, making sure he didn't miss.
16:43 for Paquin. Laneza, we're waiting for his official time. On the Scorp system, it says 16:46, but he got in ahead of Paquin, so that should be corrected. Heinrich Apolainen just finished.
17:10 on that clock.
Matt Poulin is in. He was right next to Peter Mason. For athletes who have never dealt with a heavy drag rope, what is that feeling like when you first pick that thing up?
You know, it's kind of funny, actually, Sean. A lot of them are stunned. If they've never used it before, they're so used to a speed wire that just is so responsive. You give it the slightest flick of your wrist and it's zipping around you. With this one, it's like jumping in quicksand, you know? Like I've seen so many athletes have such a stunned look on their face when, you know, they barely make a 1.5 and trip and try and figure out what the heck just happened until they realize they really have to engage that rope and make nice tight wrist circles and keep tension on it all the time. And that's what eventually catches up to you, is that constant tension.
As far as form and technique goes on this rope, is it the same as more of a speed rope, or is it going to be something different? Are you have to holding it different?
No, Bill, that's a great question. You know, less is more, in the same way we try and coach all of our athletes with any rope. Like, the least amount of body movement you see from an athlete, the better,
okay.
Right? Like when Guy was going, you saw a nice, tall, I heard you commentating earlier and cueing people correctly. When you see people with a nice, tall bound, very minimal bend in their torso and legs, just really springing off the calves. Like this gentleman going here, his arms are flapping aggressively. That's so much energy.
That's Nate Ackerman on the left side.
Okay, yeah, I mean, he's working hard, but, you know,
not efficient.
Not ideal.
You know?
Not efficient at all. No, you should be as relaxed as possible, as disengaged as possible, but learn how to have tension, you know, on the rope.
Ackerman, the 12th man to finish. We've also had Matt Poulin, Peter Mason, Lionel Franco, Arthur Semenoff, Keelan Henry, Lucas Ozaki, and Thiago Luzis, along with now Nate Ackerman and Peke Cerveni now across the finish line. Ray Romanek is one of the men left out on the floor. That is bad news for him because he came in way back at the cut line. He was in 36th place overall, and he is in danger of getting time capped here. Romanek will get in, so that will help. That's Trayvon Benton, who will not finish, but the majority of the field in heat number 1 gets inside the 20-minute time cap. Guy Mayeros is going to have your top time at 16:12.16 seconds. Fernando Laneza was the second man across the finish line. But right now his time is listed as slower than Sam Paquin, who was third. So we'll wait for that to get sorted out. But Guy Mayeros will win the heat as he looks to stay on the right side of the cut line in 18th place overall. And that will certainly help him. And it is standing room only out there at Bayside, and I was able to talk with Dylan Malitsky, one of the event organizers with Loudon Live, about a week and a half ago, and he was saying how they're running out of places to put people here.
I mean, look how packed that is. But, you know, and it's nice now. Finally, we have there's no rain. I mean, the ground is wet, but it just makes it look pretty in the sunshine.
Here are your heat results. Guy Mayeros is your winner. Now, again, Fernando Laneza got across the finish line ahead of Sam Paquin. So we'll have to wait and see if that changes. Right now, they're listed in reverse order. Heinrich Happelainen sits in 4th, followed by Matt Poulin in 5th, as the majority of the field, unlike we saw with the women, did get inside that 20-minute time cap. We still have one heat remaining here for event 5, the second to last event that the elite individuals will face, and we cut down to 20 athletes after this event before we close things out over at Flagler this evening. Here's our Reign total body fuel replay.
You know, and all these guys came off that first set of wall balls basically together. Look at that nice long line of everybody, and everybody got into the water at about the same time. Now, after they came out of the water, he was one of the first guys, the first group that came out, looked great on the rope, amazing positioning. But where he really started to shine was when he was in the water. Third in on that round, made his way past into number 2, and then was able to get right behind coming out of the water in that second place, but just really put the pedal down on that jump rope. He knows how to use the drag rope, Dave.
Now, one more look at our results, and I just want to repeat that Fernando Lineza did get across the finish line ahead of Sam Paquin, but the time does not reflect that. Guimayeros has the top time, though. We do know that at 16:12.16 seconds, with Hapalainen and Poulin rounding out the top 5. So one heat remains here for the elite men in Miami, Florida, at day number 2 of the 2023 Tier Wodapalooza, and we are at Bayside, that iconic location here for this competition. I'm Sean Woodland with Bill Grundler. We have Dave Newman from RX Smart here in the booth with us as well, and Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. Event number 5, presented by the Samsung Galaxy Watch 5 Pro, is Event 5 Double Shot with a Splash.
You know, I just want to call it an open water swim, because that's really what it is. 2 rounds of some stuff in an open water swim and some stuff. But it really comes down to that open water swim, and if you have that ability, you're really going to do well in this event, as we've seen.
The overall standings coming into this event, it's Ricky Garrard now with a 31-point lead over Pat Vellner. Roman Krennikov sits in 3rd. Cole Griesaber still hanging out there in 4th place. Nick Matthew is in 5th. Now, these are the men who are on the right side of the cut line. We talked a lot about Luke Parker as the last man in, but there are some other men right in front of him who still need to do some work to keep themselves alive into the 6th and final event. For more on that, let's go down to Nikki Brazier.
Yeah, Lago right behind me is an athlete that you're going to want to be paying attention to. A little bit of a Cinderella story at this point in the competition. You may not have said his name as someone who was going to end up inside of that cut line and make a push for the final event in the competition here, but he's definitely making a name for himself. And at 6'4", you really can't miss him. One of the tallest athletes in the field.
He may not have to let go of the wall ball when he starts his thing. Just touch it up there.
Place it up there.
So that will be an advantage for him. Phil Muscarella and John Wood are in lanes 4 and 5. They are on the right side of the cut line right now, but far from safe. The two of them need to do some work here to avoid being cut.
Stand by.
Second and final heat has begun. Start with those 50 wall balls, the 30-pound ball here. And it's Guimayeros who has the top time of 16:12.6 seconds.
And again, this first set of the wall balls is just kind of a prime for everything else that we are going to have to do in this particular event. All of these guys can move the 30-pound wall ball. You know, maybe they choose to go unbroken. I don't really think it's that big of a deal, especially if you're one of the better swimmers, because that's where you're really going to make your money, is on the swim.
Can't see anybody break on this opening set. The leaders are through 20 reps and counting. Fabian Benito, Roman Krennikov, and Nick Matthew on the lead pace, along with Ricky Garrard and Tuda Magda right there as well. As is Dallin Pepper, so still tightly grouped. Luke Parker is on the bottom right-hand part of your screen. Got the American flag on his shorts. That is the man who sits in 20th place right now. He would be the final man in after we cut down to 20 athletes.
So again, if we were to go unbroken with the 50 wall balls, we're going to be somewhere around that minute 45 place, 2 minutes, somewhere right around there. So we can see very smart athletes. There's Pat Vellner in the gray t-shirt. He decided to put the wall ball down, take a little break. Smart move. You can see him going with that nice arm swing, trying to keep the blood out of the hands, relax the shoulders a little bit. We know, at least classically, he's not one of the better guys in the water, so he needs to make sure he does all right.
Fabian Benito down there in lane number 15 was the first man done with the wall balls. Roman Krennikov is done. Uraldes and Ricky Garrard, like Tudor Magda in the bright green swim cap. That's Phil Muscarella. Dallin Pepper now coming across. And here comes Brent Fikowski. John Wood. There is Luke Parker. And now Pat Vellner. Nick Matthew along with Cole Griesaber working their way into the water. But it was Fabian Benito, who I believe was the first man into the water, along with Roman Krennikov and Tudor Magda.
And it's just a brawl out there in the water with these guys. Look at that, arms just flapping all over the place. And again, the athletes that have the best swim ability are going to do the best in this portion and in this event as well. So my key to success is just all that. Swim, swim, and more swim. So look at that, nice long strokes. You don't see him flapping his arms way up high in the air, keeping his fingers almost dragging across the water to reduce the work on the shoulders. Because as we know, this is all kinds of shoulder work for most of the athletes. So the more you can take the pressure off those shoulders, the better.
That looks like Ricky Garrard out front. Wouldn't be surprised, as Australians always do extremely well when you put them in the water in any sort of competition. And that is Ricky.
And so you have
Brent Fikowski on the right has moved up as well. So Brent Fikowski gaining some ground, passing Roman Krennikov now, so still tight for the top three. And after this, we move to the 150 double unders with that RX Smart Gear drag rope.
You know, Brent Fikowski has always done really well in the swim, so I expected to see him up here. Roman Krennikov, you can see, look where his hands are, way up high in the air. So he is doing a lot of extra work. Granted, he's still up in the top three, which is a great position, but he's doing a lot more work that he's going to feel when we get to those drag ropes.
Ricky Garrard and Brent Fikowski will be the first two men out, and Roman Krennikov right behind them. And now we have 150 double unders on the drag rope, and we have Dave Newman from RX Smart Gear in the booth with us. And whether it's a drag rope or just a regular jump rope, what's the biggest thing athletes overlook when they're doing double unders of any kind?
Yeah, Sean, really it starts with sizing. A lot of athletes tend to go too long with their ropes, which causes a chain reaction of putting them in poor position and gets them engaging larger muscle groups that we're trying to avoid. As you, like for this workout, for example, the swim and the wall ball, you know, we really want to stay off those shoulders. And the guys that know how to stay compact and relax their arms down are allowed to use able to use a shorter rope, which has a much faster cycle rate. You know, a lot less effort to get the rope around them, and you know, much quicker. So, you know, that's really the key to that. That's getting the right size.
Ricky Garrard will be the first man done with his opening set of 50 here on this set of 150. Roman Krennikov right behind him. Krennikov third place overall. Ricky Garrard trying to widen his lead on Pat Vellner, who's on the right side of your screen on his set of 150.
Dave, if you were going to work with any of elite level athletes, or with your RX Smart Gear athletes, do you have them alternate back and forth from the speed rope to the heavy rope to the drag rope to, and if you do, how often should they make that change?
Bill, that's a great question. Honestly, we've been promoting, and you and I have known each other for a long, long time.
No, we haven't. 3 years. We're not that old. What are you talking about?
But we honestly, we promote to the athletes, train heavy as often as possible, stay sharp with your speed rope. But really, your speed rope is only necessary in competition. All the rest of the time, they should be building capacity, building stamina, and working with, you know, harder implements. So, you know, honestly, we'd love these athletes to use heavier ropes. And I don't mean just always like a, you know, like a half pound or 1 pound or even a drag rope. Yeah, they should mix those in, but their daily rope, we love when they use something that's, you know, 3 or 4 ounces as a standard weighted rope. And then when they get back to their speed rope, which is only 1 ounce in the cord, it's like they're just flying through and they don't even feel it. So that's a great question.
Ricky Garrard in the green shorts continues to lead here, along with Roman Krennikov and Brent Fikowski. As Garrard is now done with his 150, he will head back to the wall ball with Roman Krennikov and start round number 2.
Man, these two guys have been battling head-to-head this entire weekend. And talk about a foreshadowing for the games this year. I mean, come on. We saw that already, you know, when they went head-to-head in the games. But in this event, man, we have a big season ahead of us.
Well, Brent Fikowski will be the third man back to the wall, along with Tudor Magda. Magda in that bright green swim cap. on the right side of your screen. You saw him lean over and grab the ball. Both Roman Krennikov and Ricky Garrard are ahead of Guimayeros' pace from heat number 1. Now Pat Vellner just getting to the wall. Roman Krennikov looking to leapfrog Vellner for second place in the standings. Krennikov only trails Vellner by 4 points. Ricky Garrard is 31 up though on Vellner for second. So Garrard looking to widen his lead here if he can keep himself out front.
Man, Ricky looks good. He's just attacking those wall balls in every single rep. You know, he doesn't have the advantage next to Roman, right next to him, who's so much taller. I mean, Roman definitely has the advantage, but that's not even slowing Ricky down at all.
16:12.16 seconds is the time to beat from Guimayeros out of heat number 1. And 2 of the men on your screen right now are competing against each other. That's Pat Vellner on the left and Brent Fikowski on the right in the blue swim cap. They will be competing together on the weekend along with Jeffrey Adler when we transition over into the teams of 3, so that should be a lot of fun to watch. Now Roman Krennikov and now Ricky Garrard had 1 rep remaining, so Krennikov is going to be the first man back out into the water, and here comes Ricky Garrard.
You can see Roman shaking out those arms as he really tried to push on those wall balls. That's where he was really going to make his money. But again, we talked about that stroke that Roman has. Big arms, hands way up in the air. A lot of extra tension on his shoulders, whereas Ricky's a lot lower. Ooh, and Ricky's going to use that as Roman's trying to get those goggles set back on. He's going to use that to his advantage.
Dave, want to thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate you being here.
Sean, thank you guys. Appreciate hanging out with you.
Always enjoy the insight, and thanks again for the rope that you guys gave me a while back. You were talking about right sizing. It is the right size. I'm a much better double under because of that. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it, man. Enjoy the rest of your time here in Miami.
Happy to hear that. Thank you guys. Appreciate you having me. Thanks, Billy.
Yep.
Ricky Garrard and Roman Krennikov, the only 2 men in the water right now. Roman Krennikov only needed 2 minutes and 10 seconds to complete his double unders, and he only needed 2 minutes on the wall ball. There goes Brent Fikowski now in 3rd place by a mile. It's deja vu all over again as it's Roman Krennikov and Ricky Garrard fighting for a spot inside the top 3 in an event.
Now Roman did have the advantage on the double unders, so Ricky needs to put as much distance as he can between himself and Roman to give himself a little bit of a cushion as they get to that drag rope.
Ricky and Roman had a 40-second lead on Brent Fikowski before he got into the water. Nick Matthew, Dallin Pepper, and Fabian Benito are all in as well, along with Cole Griesaver. 16 minutes, 12.16 seconds is the time to beat, and both Garrard and Krennikov are way ahead of that. Pat Vellner now just getting into the water. Vellner in danger of dropping out of 2nd place, maybe even out of the side of the top 3, but keep in mind for Vellner, he did very well on those double unders. He was able to pass about 5 guys on the last time that they were on the jump ropes. So Ricky Garrard looking over his left shoulder since he sees Roman Krennikov right behind him. And Brent Fikowski on the top of your screen, right in front of that pink buoy, has made the turn back to the shore.
I tell you what, Ricky looks fantastic. We're looking back to see where Roman is, still pushing, and he looks much more fresh than Roman does coming out of the water. Roman does not look very happy. But the thing is that Roman is such a machine. It doesn't matter how bad he's hurting, he can still grit through all that pain. So Ricky really needs to get as many of those double unders under his belt before Roman gets started.
Luke Parker was the 10th man into the water here in this 2nd round, and that's important because he is the last guy in as far as the cut line is concerned. 20th place overall coming in the event, so Parker's just got to hang around towards the front in order to keep himself inside that top 20, but you're contenders for the win in this event are on the right side of your screen, Roman Krennikov and Ricky Garard. Now Brent Fikowski is out of the water, and he will pick up the rope soon. Fikowski looking to move up from 6th place overall. He has 373 total points, right now ahead of the 2 men immediately in front of him in the overall standing. That would be Nick Matthew and Cole Griesaber. And then here is Tudor Magda out of the water in that green swim cap. Garard and Krennikov on their second sets of 50. Fikowski on his first.
A huge set of double unders there for Roman Krennikov right in the middle of the 3 athletes.
Roman Krennikov is now threatening to take the lead from Ricky Garard here. And Krennikov will advance first, so Roman Krennikov just ahead of Ricky Garard, who was just about done with his first 100 double unders. So 50 remain, and it's Krennikov who gets to work first. Roman Krennikov already has 2 event wins under his belt. He won event 2 and event 3, part B.
Roman has that 1 miss. That gives Ricky just a little bit of time, but Ricky, I keep seeing him trying to look to the side to see what's going on.
Hand in the air for Roman Krennikov, looking for event win number 3. Hand in the air for Ricky Garard, and it is going to be Roman Krennikov just ahead of Ricky Garard.
These 2 guys. Wow. Man, that was a good race. Holy cow.
A 1/10 of a second between the 2 of them after all of that. Krennikov at 14:02.72, Garard 14:02.81.
Man.
Brent Fikowski will have a less stressful finish for 3rd place as he is by himself. Now, Pat Vellner is now on his final set of 150 double unders, and he was very fast on this movement in round number 1. So he's looking to gain some ground here on this portion of the event.
Yeah, Brent looks fantastic. You know, and this is great. Yes, it's not nearly as exciting as what we saw with Ricky and Roman, but he didn't need exciting. He just needs to keep creeping up and getting high finishes like this to get him up into that top 5 position.
Guy Maieros now has the 3rd best time at 16:12.16, and Brent Fikowski has a chance to beat that and pick up 90 points and move up the standings as a result. Fikowski is in. He'll take 3rd place in the event. Tudor Magda looks to be the next man to finish up. Magda is across. Fikowski came in at 15:32.06. Magda at 15:50.03. And now Nick Matthew, your leader on the floor, along with Cole Griesaber, the 2 of them on their final sets of 50 double unders, along with Dallin Pepper, who's on the right side of your screen. There is Cole Griesaber, who's right next to Nick Matthew, and look who's creeping up on the left, Pat Vellner. Nick Matthew is in.
Ooh, that's a big break there. Big break for Cole.
Pat Vellner taking a break. Griesaber is in. So Vellner looking to keep himself inside the top 3. Got to get across the finish line here. Final reps for Vellner, and he is across. Here comes Dallin Pepper, and there is Luke Parker in lane 19, who is now across. 20th place overall, courtesy of a tie break with Sam Paquin. Now the good news for Luke is that guys like Cam Crockett and Lucas Ozaki and Kaiki Cerveni, I don't think beat his time. So Luke, it's going to be some nervous moments after this as they figure everything out. But looking like he may have done enough, but that's just speculation right now. 2.5 minutes before we hit the time cap. And after this event, we will stand by for math as we figured out all the points. And we'll have 20 men moving on to the 6th and final event. And there's still 200 points up for grabs tonight. Alexander Caron coming across the finish line. We'll move over to Flagler to close things out. Less than 2 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. There's Phil Muscarella on the left along with John Wood. John Wood is in. Now Muscarella. Krennikov and Gerard still talking things over, having a laugh about that event. It's just incredible that an event that is that long with that many reps comes down to 1/10 of a second. There's Guillaume Briand in lane 17, and then in lane 16 is Jack Rozema, who is not safe, even though he came in 11th place overall, because quite a few men have passed him here. He had 283 points. He was only 42 up on Luke Parker in 20th. So that's how tight things are here. So Rozema in lane 16 on the left side of your screen has got to hurry and get inside that time cap if he can, as Guillaume Briand is now across. Anyo Akai is in lane 18. So Rozema is in his final rep. So Rozema will beat the time cap here, but
oh wow,
we will see what happens.
Nice finish.
11th place for him. Anyo Akai was in 19th place coming in. He could see himself on the outside looking in after this event, as we are in the final seconds here. And he is in the final couple reps here for Akai. And he is done. That's Damian Martinez-Satoris down in lane number 2. He is not going to finish. With Roman Krennikov, his 3rd event win by 1/10 of a second over Ricky Gerard.
Man, and the way that those two warriors just battled each other again was incredible. But we saw that nice big group of all the athletes coming off that first set of wall balls. There's Ricky. We saw Roman up at the front, but these guys were back to back, shoulder to shoulder, rep for rep, all the way through, chasing themselves all the way into the water. Roman trying to get his goggles on, get all set up, and Ricky makes good use of that time, gets ahead of him, knowing that he had to have a little bit of distance for that drag rope portion on that last 150 reps, but just could not pull it off to the very end. One slow break, and Roman gets that extra rep ahead and just takes it on Ricky. My gosh, 1/10 of a second difference, insane.
That is your Rain Total Body Fuel replay. Here are your results for the event. Guimayeros, who won heat number 1, will finish in 3rd. 1/10 of a second between Krennikov and Gerard. Fernando Laneza will finish in 4th, followed by Sam Paquin. Looks to keep himself alive and move inside the top 20, heading into the 6th and final event. Let's go down to the competition floor. Nikki Brazier standing by.
All right, you guys have got to tell me about that finish. I think it started in the water. Roman got in first, but Ricky, you were able to pull ahead, and then it looked like a sprint from there. What was going on?
Yeah, well, we started out with the wall balls, and I was just like, I'm not going to drop it until Roman drops it. So we did 50 unbroken, and then going into that second round, the wall balls were tough, and I was just behind Roman, and we both dived in, and somehow I just dove straight past him. I looked up to see what was wrong, and his goggles were like on his head, and I was like, I'm going to take advantage and try and get ahead. And then, yeah, the race to the finish was awesome. My shoulders, I could hardly feel him, but it was just determination to try and beat him, and it was an awesome race, and he pushed me hard. It was fun.
Roman, you're such a fierce competitor, but it also looks like you guys are really good friends. What's that relationship like?
Ну да, я всегда люблю таких людей, которые тоже очень тяжело трудятся и толкают меня на соревнованиях. С ним очень весело. Хоть я не знаю английский, но мы находим с ним общий язык. Но хотел сказать бы по поводу плавания. Я когда первый заходил в плавание, не стал нырять, думаю, слетят очки. Спокойно захожу, и тут просто вылетает Рики, такой прыжок. Я на втором сете думаю, дай тоже попробую. Нырнул, и у меня очки слетели. Я думаю, зачем я повторил за ним. Ну ладно, ничего.
He absolutely loves people like Ricky. Ricky, you're amazing. He doesn't speak English, but he thinks high of you. You always push him so hard, and he loves working out against you. But when the first round, he saw you jumping into the water, he thought to himself, I'm not gonna jump because of my goggles are gonna come off. And he saw you do it, so he tried to do like whatever you were trying to do, and the goggles went flying. So why did you do whatever you did? So next time he won't repeat what you were doing.
Yeah, it's better goggles. Super tight finish too. What did you have to do to just get that 1 second edge at the end?
Ну, просто потерпел, я сразу плыл, думаю, надо сейчас прыгать по 50 unbroken, у меня цель была. Я первые 2 вытерпел, а третий я сбился на 28, сделал пару вдохов-выдохов и просто думаю, буду терпеть, пусть будет как будет, и в итоге у меня получилось.
He felt the same way. The shoulders were really tight. After the swim, he thought to himself, I'm gonna do unbroken 50-50-50. But on the third round, he like messed up on the 28. So he like shook it off, and then it just like for him it was just like endure all the way to the end, and you were pushing him. So he was just like, I got this, and he kept on going, pushing hard.
That's where I saw my opportunity to maybe take it, but it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah. Super fun race to watch. Great job, guys. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Ricky Garard and Roman Krennikov. I think in the dictionary under the word frenemies, you're going to see those two. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch those guys compete here coming up in 2023. Ricky Garard continues to lead, now 30 points up on Roman Krennikov, who moves into second place ahead of Pat Vellner. Cole Griesaver, you can't get that guy out of fourth place. And Nick Matthew in fifth. Brent Fikowski remains in sixth with 413 points. These are unofficial standings heading into the sixth and final event. As far as the cut line is concerned, right now, Lago Giraldes would be the last man in. Want to just repeat, these are unofficial. Luke Parker did what he needed to do to move himself up 3 spots. He looks to stay inside the cut line. So only 20 athletes will move on to the sixth and final event. We're going to move over to Flagler. 7:09 p.m. Eastern Time is when we will drop the puck. So stay with us, everybody, as we will crown a champion later on this evening at the 2023 Tier Wodapalooza from Miami, Florida.